one comment that I heard was, that is the best round I've ever seen in mock trial in the 10 years I've been helping with mock trial. I heard things like, we were so impressed with the composure that you all had, the mastery of the facts of the case, your detailed knowledge of the rules. I wish all lawyers were this prepared. So you all have had the benefit of working on one case for months. So to give the lawyers an excuse, right? They've got many cases they need to work on. All right, so with that, we're gonna announce the winner, but I wanna make sure everyone understands what the process is once, not the winner, the finalists. Once we announce who the finalists are, the process is we're gonna flip a coin. We have a coin that is actually our court coin, and it'll be, there, according to Rule 10H, the team with the numerical code or letter code for us that comes first will be the designated team. And if it lands on heads, that team will represent the plaintiff. If it lands on tails, that designated team, in other words, that first team in the order, will represent the defendant. Okay, and what I'll do is I will likely have, I don't know if you have captains, I'll have the teams stand. I'll flip the coin and I'll attempt to catch it and flip it. If I don't catch it,
Please clarify which one is the head and the tail.
I will do, yeah, I'll do that when they're, so when they can see it. And if it does fall to the floor, then we'll deal with what's on the floor. Okay, we're not gonna reflip. I've been practicing, but I am not an accomplished coin flipper. All right, so with that, the teams that will be in the finals are ABQ and LAX. So with that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to show the teams the coins. All right, we're going to count this as heads. All right, this is the judiciary, and the eagle will be tails. Okay, and ABQ coming first is the designated team. It is on heads. So ABQ will be plaintiff. Okay, LAX will be defense. All right, we'll give you about 5 minutes. 5 minutes to organize and get settled, and we'll go ahead and start the finals. Good luck to you all. We encourage all the other teams to please stay and watch. Thank you. Oh, all right.
Oh, the same table last week.
Next year. So what we're gonna do is last year was file out. We're gonna let ABQ and LAX. Okay. And we don't know if they're still running. Oh, so it is the same from last year. Yeah. Okay. So let's get let's give them a, as you head out, let's give them.
We're gonna be trying the case now. They gave you well.
Yeah. Are you guys ready?
All right.
And then goes to the witness box. Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh, this
Yeah, one there. Teams, please have your rosters ready and available so we can get started.
Yeah, I got it.
the actual round, we'll actually have to shift you back. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. No. This one. Okay. Angelica, your links. Can you get the 3 on this one? Okay, here. The rules of competition. Oh, sorry. Let me get our. How many? 5. Oh, perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, for LinkedIn. Thank you. Just be able plaintiff's time. Yes. Let me get one now.
I'm just gonna stick to the same transition, right?
We only have 4 right now.
Yeah. And I'm like, I'll do it if you want it to. I don't need to, so.
I'll learn. All right, see you guys in a minute.
You like find it really quick?
Yeah. Okay, wait. Yes. Yeah, hold on. For your timekeeping, do you put like the time they use for the time they have remaining? Thank you.
I'm still using
A reminder, all cell phones must be on silent mode. All cell phones must be on silent mode.
everything's here exhibits.
We put away this bag.
Yes. Let's lay out our exhibits.
Do you need your bag still?
Do you have that?
So we just ask the question.
No. I think the pens are in here. I guess.
Did you return my document yesterday? Oh, that was yours? I have it in my bag. You know, hell yeah.
I have glitter pen.
Or is that? Thank you. Yo.
Our council was fine.
My council.
I'm gonna go first.
So,
Good afternoon, Your Honor, or morning, Your Honor,
I'm just
ladies
gonna
and
do a
gentlemen.
quick test.
Jury, and opposing counsel, my name is Marianas. I'm the presiding attorney for this case. And I will be conducting the direct examination of Joseph Winston, portrayed by Sherrill, and conducting the cross-examination of Dr.
All right, so he's going to send you a message if it's working, right? Okay, so we wanted to make sure, we're also streaming this downstairs as we had announced earlier to all of you. And I think the staff has been getting word out about that as well. So I want to just do a quick test so the folks downstairs can confirm that we can be heard up here. We're waiting for that. The other thing I would want to make sure is that we had announced that we would be streaming this on our Facebook page. So I'm seeing a lot of nods so that you all are aware that we're doing that as well. Okay, great. So if you need to take a moment, the judge will come out here shortly. Here are our jurors. Not yet. Are we working downstairs? We were going to wait. It is working, confirmed. I was just speaking. You could hear me?
Thank you.
Just the rest of the
Okay, so we are ready. We'll be beginning shortly, and Judge Manglonia will soon take the bench. Good luck, all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Reminder, all cell phones must be on silent mode. All rise. The Honorable Ramona V. Manglonia presiding.
Good morning, everyone. Please be seated. All right, so welcome to the championship round. In this matter, we need to make sure that all the team and audience members are seated, which they are. And in this case, we have, looks like all plaintiffs, counsel and witnesses, as well as defense counsel and witnesses, as well as the timekeepers present. So at this time, I'd like to take care of some preliminary matters. Again, all electronic devices must be turned off, including mine, during the duration of the trial, and no communication is allowed between the participating team members and others in the courtroom until the trial is concluded. Timekeepers may not use their cell phones for anything other than timekeeping and until the trial is concluded. And in regards to the cameras, this is a championship round, so therefore cameras and videos have been allowed, including those from the media. We previously received the consent from all the participants. So that will occur in this instance. So at this time, let me ask the teams, including the timekeepers, to please introduce themselves by name and role, but not your school. So first of all, I'll have the roster sheets from both teams been tendered to the scoring jurors. Is there a chairperson or team captain for the plaintiff? Or is that with the clerk? Madam Clerk?
Your Honor, one of the jurors just need one more copy, and I'll just hand her my.
Okay, so we do have 8 jurors. Let's see, let me count. I see 7 jurors, sorry. We have 7 jurors presiding over this matter this morning, so we need to make sure all the jurors have a copy of the team rosters, which should be a roster for the plaintiff and a roster for the defense, such that when the team members introduce themselves, they can confirm it with the roster. If there's some error, then as I normally do, jurors, just raise your hand and let me know that what they have and what's being introduced is not the same, okay? All right, with that, let me start with the introduction of the party, starting with the plaintiff. Plaintiff, please introduce yourselves.
Good morning, Your Honor, opposing counsel and members of the jury. My name is Angelica Calvo, and I, along with my co-counsel, represent the estate of Carter Cruz. Today, I'll be conducting the direct examination of Jesse Andrews, the cross-examination of Vic Vavrick, as well as deliver the opening statement for the plaintiff. Your Honor, at this time, may my co-counsel please introduce themselves?
Yes, he may, or they may.
Good morning, Your Honor, opposing counsel, members of the jury. My name is Stephen Lian, and I'll be conducting the direct examination of Billy Robinson, as well as the cross-examination of Kennedy Torres.
Good morning, Your Honor, opposing counsel and members of the jury. My name is Ainsley Parnez Anchetta. I will be conducting the direct examination of Alex Cruz, the cross-examination of Josephine Winston, and I'm also delivering the closing arguments for the plaintiff. Your Honor, at this time, may our witnesses introduce themselves?
Yes, please do so.
Good morning, Your Honor, opposing counsel, members of the jury. My name is Trisha Joanne Sinca, and I am Alex Cruz.
Good morning, Your Honor, opposing counsel, and members of the jury. My name is Reese Tolentino, and I am Jesse Andrews.
Good morning, Your Honor, opposing counsel, members of the jury. My name is Isabel Magliari, and I am Dr. Billy Robinson. Your Honor, at this time, may our timekeeper introduce herself?
Yes, please.
Good morning, Your Honor, opposing counsel, members of the jury. My name is Aquina Santos, and I am the timekeeper for the plaintiff.
Thank you. All right, so I hope all the jurors have the right copy. I have mine, I think, urge to be consistent. We will now turn to the defense to introduce themselves.
Good morning, Your Honor. I am Sayama Sider, the defense attorney for this case. I will be direct examining Joseph Winston, who is portrayed by Asher Rael.
Good morning, Your Honor.
And I will also be cross-examining Dr. Billy Robinson. And to my right is co-counsel.
Good morning, Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury and opposing counsel. My name is Rihanna Barcinas. I will be conducting today's closing arguments for today's trial, and I will be conducting the direct examination of Ms. Kennedy Torres, portrayed by Ms. Ellie Barcinas.
Good morning, Your Honor.
And I will be cross-examining the plaintiff, Alex Cruz. And to my right is co-counsel.
Good morning, Your Honor, members of the jury and opposing counsel. I am Carlos Calvo, and today I will be delivering the opening remarks on behalf of the defense. Additionally, I will be direct examining Victor Vavrick, portrayed by Zydron Hocog.
Good morning, Your Honor.
And I will be cross-examining Jesse Andrews. And at this time, I would like to recognize defense's timekeeper, Jashley Velasper.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. So we have all 3 counsel introduce themselves together with the witnesses that they will be presenting. And I think the jurors have that confirmed as well, since I have my copy. All right. For any issues, now that you see the composition, do either the teams or the judging jurors, are you aware of any conflict that would necessitate a change in the judging panel, since these judges didn't know who was going to be in the championship round? Any concerns? I see the negative, so there is no concern. And so with that, can we confirm that the timekeepers are in place and ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Excellent. At this time, the court will now hear this fictitious case of Cruz versus Vicks Vaporium. And let's have all 6 witnesses please stand and raise your right hand to be sworn in for this event. All right, do each of you promise that the testimony you're about to give will faithfully and truthfully conform to the facts and rules of the mock trial competition?
I do.
Excellent. So all 6 have confirmed. Thank you. Please be seated. Next, are there any preliminary matters that either team wishes to raise at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so I see both sides have something. Let me start with the plaintiff.
Your Honor, we'd ask that both teams be allowed to move freely about the well.
So granted.
And Your Honor, we also ask to recognize that the district rules of competition there is a mis-error from the national rules of competition, and we would like Title 8, Section U, numbers 1 through 11 be recognized. This contains the entering of exhibits. On number 11, it states that a lawyer, once they enter in evidence, they may not solicit any testimony from the contents. And Rule 8, Section U, number 6, only states that we can enter in admissible or foundational testimony before entering in our exhibit. And so we would like the court to be informed that no witness under the district rules of competition are allowed to testify to the contents of any exhibits entered, and they disappear into a void. Your Honor, however, this is different from the national rules that allow witnesses to testify to the contents of an exhibit. And Your Honor, we just ask that the court be informed of this.
And what is the council's proposal then?
Your Honor, we would ask to continue to recognize the district rules of competition. However, we'd ask that both teams be upheld to the same standard, that no testimony of the contents are allowed to be admitted.
The rule that you refer to says that if the exhibit is admitted into evidence, the attorney may not solicit testimony on its contents.
Yes, Your
You're
Honor.
trying to expand the reading of this, that the attorney that is prohibited is not only the attorney that introduced it, but any attorney in this event.
Your Honor, this is what the district rules of competition specify. However, in precedent of the mock trial courts in the CNMI, they do state we can rely on the national rules of competition. And that rule allows us to allows our witnesses to testify to the exhibits.
All right, let me hear from the defense side. I don't know if you're aware of this issue.
Yes, Your Honor.
You are aware.
According to the CNMI rules of competition, Rule 8, U11, it does say that if an exhibit is admitted into evidence, the attorney may not solicit testimony on its contents. As to that rule, the defense has no objections to abiding by that.
Okay. Abiding by the rule is definitely expected. That is what the witnesses also swore to. The issue is interpreting that rule. What I had just described is the plain language that I just read, that the attorney may not solicit testimony on its contents when it's admitted. That's the attorney introducing the exhibit.
Yes.
How does that expand to the other attorneys, whether opposing counsel or say next counsel who's now going to rely on that exhibit? Do the counsel wish to interpret that narrowly, meaning just the attorney who introduced it and you move on? Or broadly saying no one else, no other attorney can rely on it to solicit testimony? Now, testimony is different from using those facts in closing arguments. Let me turn back to plaintiff's counsel. So what is yours?
We ask that we interpret this rule broadly towards all attorneys, because in terms of testifying to the contents, it would prove irrelevant for a different witness without a personal knowledge of that exhibit to testify.
Well, that assumes that the witness presented, the other witness relying on that exhibit does not have the foundation, but assuming the other side. What if that witness does also have personal knowledge?
If that witness does have personal knowledge, it would still require the lawyer to enter in the exhibit beforehand, and it would still fall under Title 8, Section U, number 11, where the witness cannot testify to any of the contents.
Well, if a witness is testifying based on memory and is not relying on an exhibit, how is that witness to be prohibited?
Your Honor, we only ask that the witness be limited to the contents before the exhibit is entered as recognized by these rules. However, the rules do specify that the attorney questioning is not allowed to ask allowed to ask further about the contents unless for foundational or admission purposes.
Well, this prohibition is once it is admitted. So all of those preliminaries are done. All right, let me turn back to the defense. What I heard is plaintiff's counsel and plaintiff's team would like to interpret this rule narrowly.
Yes, Your Honor. And on behalf of the defense, we would like to interpret this rule narrowly. According to the rule, it does state that specifically the attorney admitting the evidence, once the exhibit is admitted into evidence, the attorney that's admitting it can no longer question its contents, Your Honor.
And so that does not prohibit, say, another attorney, another witness referring to it or based on personal knowledge.
Yes, Your Honor. That's what the defense interprets it as.
Okay. Plaintiff, do you join in that interpretation?
Yes, Your Honor. And however,
excellent. Once you say yes, I love it. I will so order.
Yes, Your Honor. Lastly, Your Honor, we would ask that all previously agreed upon stipulations, particularly the authenticity of our exhibits, be entered into evidence.
Yes, pursuant to the rules, all the stipulations will be so received into evidence. I take it there's no objection, defense counsel?
No objections, Your Honor.
All right, that is so received into evidence. So the members of the jury, to the extent that I hope you have a copy from your package of the stipulations, that is so received for purposes of the foundational and for purposes of any other legal arguments. Obviously, the exhibits themselves need to be introduced and properly testified to before it's admitted into evidence. All right, any other matters, plaintiff?
No, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
As you
Turn to
can
the
see,
defense.
both the defense and plaintiff have notes and water on their tables. Could we be permitted to keep these on our tables?
We have lecterns and others. Are you saying you want to prohibit them being brought to the lectern?
No, Your Honor. I'm just simply asking if we're permitted to keep our water and notes on our
Oh,
tables.
yes.
Thank you. Your Honor.
Council's table is your fiefdom.
Thank you. And additionally, would you prefer that we ask to approach the witness before approaching the witness, or?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
That way we all know where you're going.
That's all, Your Honor.
All right. So it looks like all those are fair questions. Thank you, counsel. You may be seated. So
Thank you,
those
Your
are
Honor.
the preliminary matters that we were trying to ensure that we addressed. So pursuant to the rules, we will proceed with the prosecution. Well, this is a civil matter, sorry. Plaintiff's opening statement, followed by the defendant's opening statement. And then the plaintiff may present their case in chief, followed by the defendant's case in chief. So as a reminder, in the case in chief, there is a direct as well as cross-examination. Redirect examination and recross are not allowed. So that is a reminder. And additional questioning thereafter is not allowed.
Your Honor, sorry if I misheard, but did you state that redirect is not allowed, Your Honor?
Additional redirect examination and recross examination are allowed. I'm sorry if I misspoke.
Okay, yes, Your Honor.
Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes. Redirect and recross are allowed at my discretion, not entitlement, counsel. All right, and it will be an option after the evidence has been presented to allow a short, maybe 1 or 2 minute recess to allow counsel to organize your thoughts before we proceed to closing arguments. So you can let me know at the appropriate time. Plaintiff's arguments will be followed by defendant's closing arguments. So plaintiff must identify and reserve any time for rebuttal clearly. If it's not reserved, it is waived. Okay? All right. At this time, we are going to proceed with the presentation of the evidence. And just to let everyone know, if it was not already clarified, we are also allowing this to be live streamed. So for that reason, Madam Clerk, I see the monitor. The two blank window slots are for counsel's lectern as well as the witness box. So those 4 fields should be filled at all time because everybody wants to see the students' faces. No offense, jurors. Okay, so let us proceed with the opening statement. It looks like Ms. Angelica Calvo on behalf of plaintiff.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, are you ready to proceed?
Yes.
Then you may do so.
Good morning, Your Honor, opposing counsel, and members of the jury. Once again, I am Angelica Calvo, and I, along with my co-counsel, represent the family of Carter Cruz. This is a case about a child who died from vaping. Carter Cruz was a 15-year-old boy who had his whole life ahead of him. We'll see that he was a kid like any other, who was loved by his family and his friends. But his life was heartbreakingly cut short because of the negligence of Vicks Vaporeum. Members of the jury, Carter Cruz, but you'll find that we cannot blame him for his own death. Still a young, impressionable child, and according to CNMI law, Vicks Vaporeum had the duty not to sell to Carter. But as the evidence will show, they breached this duty. Members of the jury, don't blame the child. At the end of this trial, the judge will instruct you on the 2 types of negligence: negligence per se and ordinary negligence. Negligence per se applies because there is a law that prohibits selling vapes to minors. And again, as the evidence will show, Vicks Vaporeum broke that law. Alternatively, we have also alleged ordinary negligence, which has 4 elements. The first being duty. Again, CNMI law says that there is a duty that cannot sell to minors. The evidence will show that they breached this duty by selling to Carter, who at the time was only 14. We will also prove that this action of selling to Carter actually caused his death, and we will prove that it was foreseeable this would cause an injury. The judge will also instruct you that as a plaintiff, we have the burden of proof. This burden being by preponderance of the evidence. What this means is at the end of this trial, if you find that Vicks Vaporeum is more likely negative, even if it's only a 51/49% certainty, you must rule in favor of the plaintiff. In our burden, we will call 3 witnesses: Alex Cruz, Carter's mother, Jesse Andrews, Carter's best friend, and Dr. Billy Robinson, the chief medical examiner who had performed Carter's autopsy. To prove negligence per se, Jesse will tell you how Vicks Vaporeum sold vapes to her and Carter, 2 children who at the time were only 15 and 14. Then, to prove ordinary negligence, Alex will tell you how Vicks Vaporeum was actively marketing their vape products to minors using social media ads. Alex and Jesse will also recall Carter's deteriorating health, including his chest pains, severe coughs, and the discovery of a lung infection. Finally, Dr. Billy Robinson, the chief medical examiner who has performed over 2,000 autopsies, who has testified in trial over 200 times, will tell you how Carter's condition was a direct result of vaping. Meanwhile, the defense will try to deny this, and they will try to deflect the blame of Carter's death. We anticipate that they will also call 3 witnesses. The members of the jury, despite what the defense may try to tell you today, Carter could not assume the risk of vaping. As you will hear that Kennedy Torres, Carter's own relative, was unable to properly explain the dangers of vaping to Carter. Josephine Winston, public relations manager of tobacco company Maurice Believe, will tell you how these sorts of products were notorious for attracting children. And from Vaporeum owner Big Vape, the same person who had vaping shows and colorful vaping ads, you will find that they knew their products were being bought by children. The members of the jury, not blame the child, when the evidence will show that Vicks Vaporeum
is liable both under negligence per se and ordinary negligence. As we listen to these testimonies today, we want you to keep in mind the law that was set in place to protect children like Carter Cruz. The law that was breached by Victoria. With this considered, we are confident that you will find Victoria liable. Thank you.
All right, thank you, counsel. This time we'll turn to the defense for their opening statement.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Calvin.
Picture this. Case of asthma, a heart attack, peer pressure, secrets kept, identities hidden, and lessons not learned. This was a series of unfortunate events that have led us to stand in this very courtroom today. Good morning, Your Honor, members of the jury, opposing counsel, and people of the court. Today, the plaintiff has a burden to prove by preponderance of the evidence, or more likely than not, that Victoria had breached a duty that was proximate cause to the death of Carter Cruz. However, in today's trial, the evidence will show that the plaintiff simply cannot meet their burden. Specifically, the evidence will show three things in regards to the law on negligence. First, duty. Victoria had a duty to not sell tobacco products to minors. And the evidence will show that Victoria made reasonable efforts to uphold that duty. Secondly, breach. Victoria did not breach any duty owed to Carter Cruz. And third, causation. Even if you believe there was a breach, it was not a proximate cause to the death of Carter Cruz. Carter's death was a result of unforeseeable and unpredictable events that no retailer could have ever anticipated. Carter Cruz, an impressionable teenager, first started vaping at the age of 13. He was peer pressured, not by an advertisement, not by a storefront display, and not by anything connected to Victoria. It was the world around him, the kids in his circle, his close friends, Jesse and Ty, influencing him in the way that teenagers always do. Quietly, out of sight, and far beyond the reach of any retailer. And that, members of the jury, is where the story truly begins. Jesse Andrews, the best friend of Carter, will take you to stand and tell you what happened from there. She'll tell you that Carter and Jesse obtained fake identification to deceive Victoria clerks, and how when that became difficult, they turned to older friends to purchase it on their behalf. She'll also tell you how, despite facing real consequences, interventions, suspensions, warnings, both he and Carter still continued to face anyway. And what makes this even more striking is that Carter had an opportunity to understand what he was risking. Kennedy Torres, Carter's aunt, who is an ICU nurse and sees the consequences of vaping every day, sat Carter down and told him exactly what he was doing to his body. Carter listened. Carter heard her. Carter nodded his head, but the vaping still continued. And then there was what nobody had known, not his parents, not his doctors, not his friends, and not even Carter himself. Carter had undiagnosed asthma and an undetected heart disease. Dr. Billy Robinson, the plaintiff's medical examiner who conducted Carter's autopsy, will prove to us that these conditions existed entirely independent of Victoria. Dr. Robinson will also testify that Carter's primary cause of death was a heart attack caused by his own asthma. And through all of this chaos, Victor Vega, the owner of Victoria, ran his shop, followed the law, adapted to every regulatory change, and did nothing but uphold his business to the highest standards of policy that he could. Now, the judge will instruct you on the law of proximate cause, which asks what in a natural and continuous sequence produced a certain outcome or harm. Victoria can only be held liable for harm that was foreseeable and a probable result of their own actions. But could Victoria have predicted Carter using fake ID, the outside suppliers, Carter's hidden medical conditions, Carter's independent choices? And were any of these events rooted in the actions of Victoria? No, which is precisely why the evidence will show that the plaintiff cannot meet their burden. And at the end of this trial, when you trace back every unfortunate event in this story, every lesson not learned, every warning ignored, every hidden condition, and every unforeseeable circumstance, and when you're asked whether the plaintiff has proven more likely than not that Vic Foreign is responsible for the death of Carter Cruz, we ask that you return the verdict, the only verdict that the evidence will support, and find Vic Foreign not liable. Thank you.
All right, thank you, counsel. That concludes the opening statement. We will now receive the evidence for plaintiff's case in chief. We will begin with.
Your Honor, apologies, but before we proceed, I would like to acknowledge that pursuant to the mock trial rules of competition, I am not allowed to object during opening statements.
That is
But
correct.
had I been given the opportunity to object, I would object to argumentative for the phrases, "This is a series of unfortunate events," and "Carter had an opportunity to learn vaping was bad."
To the extent the objection is lodged for ruling, it's overruled.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so at this time, again, we will receive the presentation of the evidence, and it looks like plaintiff's first witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The plaintiff calls Miss Alex Cruz to the stand.
Okay. So this is Ms. Cruz. As you walk up to the witness box, I just remind you that you have already been placed under oath, so you may go ahead and be seated. All right, so the witness has been sworn in and is seated. Counsel, you may proceed.
Alex, I'm going to be asking you a series of questions about why you are here. So please, first introduce yourself to the jury.
Sure. Good morning. My name is Alex Cruz, and I'm Carter's mother.
And why are you here today?
I'm here to answer any questions you may have about my eldest son.
Well, first, could you please tell us about your family?
Of course. So, my husband, Nick, and I, we had two wonderful children, Carter, who was my eldest, and Preston.
And who was Carter to you?
Carter was just such a great boy, you know. I mean, he was smart. He even skipped the second grade. He was in mock trial. He was just practically the glue that held our family together. He was just such an amazing kid that had so much ahead of him.
And Alex, how old is he?
He was 15 years old when he passed away.
Now you're here filing a suit against Vic's Vaporium because your son vaped. When did you first find your son vaping?
We first found out that he was vaping when we received a report from his school around February that he got caught vaping outside of his school cafeteria.
Well, then what did you and your family do?
Naturally, we talked to him about it, and I wanted to know why he did it. But at that point, I knew that he had talked to Kennedy about it already. So I punished him with a few weeks off of his PS4.
And could you tell us who is Kennedy?
Sure. Kennedy's my younger cousin. She works as an intensive care unit nurse.
Now, Ms. Cruz, you're Carter's mother. What did you do to discipline him?
Well, again, I asked why he did it, and he told me that it was his first time and that he only wanted to do it because his friends were doing it and because of the fruity flavors. It was like mango or mint, something like that. And honestly, when he was telling me that, you know, it made sense because Carter's always had this sweet tooth to him. And so after that, he reassured me that it wouldn't happen again. So I took away his PS4 for a few weeks.
And why did you only take away his PS4?
Again, as I mentioned earlier, he told me that that would be the last time, and I trusted him, and I thought that that would be the end of it.
And what happened after?
After, around early March, Carter started to develop this really bad cough that just wouldn't seem to go away no matter what medication we gave him. So we had to rush him to the hospital.
And what did you learn at the hospital?
We learned that Carter had a lung infection, and honestly, my husband Nick and I, we were just so scared it was going to be COVID, because of all the cases going around. But after much reassurance that it wasn't, we were sent home with a few breathing treatments that seemed to work for a while.
Now, Alex, I want to bring you to the day your son passed away. When was this?
Carter passed away on March 19th.
And what had happened that morning?
It started off like any other morning, really. He came downstairs. He was talking about this math test that he had upcoming. He said he was going to run for student council. And he was just telling me about his plans for the day, how he was going to hang out with his friends after school.
Well, tell us more about these plans.
He told us he was going to go hang out with his friends. And then when he got home from that, he got home pretty late and said that he was going to go upstairs to go head to bed because his cough had come back.
And you noticed this, so what did you do?
Admittedly, I was downstairs and I was watching TV when he came in, and I told him to go ahead and rest. And he told me that he loved me and he went upstairs to go sleep.
And what happened after?
Kennedy was at our house having dinner, and she was having dinner with us and the family. And then when she left, I finished up in the living room and I went upstairs to go and check Carter.
And Alex, what did you see?
At first, everything really did seem normal, It just looked like my baby was sleeping. But then, as I got closer, I could just tell that something was off. I went closer and I put my hand on his forehead, and he was just so cold and so clammy, and I could tell that he wasn't breathing anymore. So I screamed. Nick came in. I called Kennedy, and Nick tried to do chest compressions on him, but at that point it was too late.
So Kennedy had come to your home. What happened when she came?
She told me to call 911, and so I did, and the EMTs came, and she asked me if she wanted me to go through Carter's room, and she offered to do that for me because everything was just happening so fast, and it was like I couldn't move.
Alex, when Kennedy came out of Carter's room, what was in her hand?
She had one of those e-vapes in her hand.
Now, Alex, where was your son taken to?
Carter was taken to the hospital where we received an autopsy report.
Alex, what did you learn from that autopsy report?
I learned that he had asthma, which honestly, it doesn't even make any sense.
Why is that?
Because before this, there wasn't any signs of Carter being out of breath for anything physical. I mean, sure, he wasn't the best at sports or track, but I figured that was just my husband's side of the family kicking in,
What did you learn after?
Afterwards, got home, and Preston had shown us Carter's phone, and we started going through it.
And what did you find?
Well, first we went through his Autogram account, and there were just all of these ads that like put Vicks Vaporium as this exclusive supplier of e-vape in Pagan, and there were all these like coupons that were giving Carter discounts to Vicks Vaporium.
When you saw this, what did you do?
I took a screenshot of one of the ads that I found.
Alex, would you be able to recognize a copy of this screenshot if I showed it to you?
Yes, yes, I would.
Your Honor, I've shown opposing counsel what has been marked as Exhibit 7. May I please approach the witness?
Mr. Castro was the one who received it, or is it Ms. Barcinas for opposing counsel?
We received it, Your Honor.
Okay, defense received a copy. Yes, you may approach the witness.
Now, Alex, do you recognize this copy of the screenshot you took that night?
Yes, I do.
Is it a fair and accurate representation?
Yes, it is.
Now, Alex, what does it say is the account name?
It says Vicks Vaporium.
And Alex,
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay. The contents of the exhibit is still offered as hearsay, as it's for the truth of the matter asserted, and counsel has not laid any foundation as to any exceptions.
Okay, so it's just been introduced. It's not into evidence. Response, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor. Pursuant to Rule 801D2, this is an opposing party statement, and this question lays that foundation by establishing that this ad is owned by Vicks Vaporium.
So there's a citation to the rule, exception to the hearsay rule under 801D2. Defense counsel, Ms. Barcinas, your response?
Your Honor, I'm reading on the rule.
Oh, my recollection is she's correct. If it's a statement by opposing counsel and the reference is Vicks Vaporium, and last I checked, you're representing Vicks Vaporium.
Yes, Your Honor.
So the objection is overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You may proceed, but mind you, there's an issue regarding the exhibit has not been received into evidence.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Now,
and by the way, if I may interrupt, please remind all counsel, we are being live streamed, so we need to hear you. So when you walk back, I see a lot of attorneys do that all the time. You start talking and the record doesn't get picked up. So please just make sure when you speak loudly enough for the microphone so everyone else can hear us.
Yes, Your Honor, I apologize.
Thank you.
Now, Alex, I'm going to re-ask the question. What is the account name?
It says Vicks Vaporium.
Your Honor, I would like to move into evidence Exhibit 7. The authenticity has already been stipulated.
Any objection by the defense?
No objections, Your Honor.
All right, so without objection, Exhibit 7 is received into evidence, and we just had a discussion of Rule 8.
Yes, Your Honor.
So that applies.
And Your Honor, may my co-counsel publish this exhibit to the jury?
Yes, that may be published. So it looks like is this Ms. Calvo presenting it to the, all right, you either may proceed.
Now, Alex, pursuant to Rule 8, I would like to have you set that exhibit aside. When you saw these ads, what did you feel?
I was angry. I mean, just look at it. You can see it has all of these, it's colorful. It has all of these flavors like jelly beans, gummy bears, and cherries that would have just attracted my Carter.
Objection, Your Honor. I would object as to relevance. The witnesses' testimonies are of their own opinions and provide unfair prejudice as to the contents within the exhibit.
The argument is this is unfairly prejudicial?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, may I respond?
Yes.
Your Honor, firstly, I would like to respond to relevance. This is relevance as we are establishing foreseeability and actual cause through the marketing from Vicks Vaporium. Moreover, for unfair prejudice, this is what Alex saw and this is how she reacted. It lays foundation why we are here in this courtroom.
Okay, so we're talking about the witness's reaction. That is correct. And the description about the contents of being colorful, and there's a reference regarding the issue of these being a part of the advertisement targeted to minors.
Yes, Your
Is,
Honor.
is the issue that was presented to be addressed in opening. So for that reason, I'm going to overrule the objection. So this testimony will stand, it will not be stricken.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Alex, I'm going to ask you another question about what you saw. When you saw these ads, what do you remember?
I saw these ads and there were just so many of them, you know, they had these video games that Carter was into, all of these movies that Carter would have watched. It was just so clearly targeted towards him.
And if your son Carter were here today, how old would he be?
Carter would be 17 if he were here today.
Thank you, Alex. Your Honor, I pass the witness. No further questions.
All right, thank you. So the witness is passed. We will turn to the defense for any cross-examination. It
Yes, Your
appears to be Ms. Barcinas.
Good morning, Ms. Cruz.
Good morning, Ms. Barcinas.
We recognize the loss you are bearing today, and we understand that you're a grieving mother, correct?
Thank you. And yes, that is correct.
And you love Carter very much.
Yes, I do.
You trusted him,
I did.
and often you made choices that you thought were right for Carter.
Yes,
Like when you came to learn that he was vaping,
yes,
and this was through a phone call at school.
yes.
But prior to this, you never personally observed Carter vaping, did you?
No, I didn't.
Thank you. And it was to your knowledge that that was his first offense.
Yes, that's what he told me.
And yet you did not continue to monitor whether he was vaping after that.
He told me that that was going to be the last time he did it, so I trusted him.
Thank you. And you don't know how often he actually used vaping products, did you?
No, I don't.
Thank you. And you don't know where he obtained that specific product, do you?
No,
Thank you. Now, after his death, you were looking for answers, isn't that right?
yes,
And so you searched through his social media account
yes,
and you stumbled upon multiple advertisements, did you not?
yes, from Vicks Vaporium.
Not just from Vicks Vaporium, but also from teen movies,
Yes,
video games,
yes,
multiple different advertisements.
yes.
And yet that led you to one advertisement from Vicks Vaporium.
I'm sorry, what do you mean by that?
What I mean is you then stumbled upon an advertisement from Vicks Vaporium.
Yes, and I had all the teen movies and
Thank you.
characters that he liked.
Thank you, Ms. Cruz. And you formed the belief that Vicks Vaporium was responsible for Carter's death. Is that
Yes,
Thank you.
I did.
But you never actually saw Carter buy anything from Vicks Vaporium,
No, I didn't.
and yet you didn't even know he was actually consistently vaping, do you?
No, but I wish I had.
Thank you, Ms. Cruz. And you weren't present at any transaction.
No, I
Objection, Your
wasn't.
Honor, speculation.
Your Honor, may I respond?
Yes,
I'm not asking the witness to speculate amongst anything. She was either there or she wasn't.
objection is overruled.
Now, Ms. Cruz, the only connection you have between Vicks Vaporium and Carter Cruz was that advertisement.
The ads and the emails with the coupons on Carter's phone.
Ms. Cruz,
Yes.
thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, so that concludes the cross. Any redirect?
None at this time, Your Honor. May our witness please be excused?
Yes, Ms. Anchetta's passed on the redirect, so Ms. Cruz, you may return to your seat. Thank you for your testimony. Plaintiff, please call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the plaintiff calls Jesse Andrews to the stand.
All right, so looks like Ms. And the witness is reminded, you're already been placed under oath. It looks like this is Ms. Calvo directing. You may proceed.
Good morning, Jesse.
Good morning.
I first want to talk to you about Carter. How did you know him?
Carter was my best friend.
I see. Then were you too close?
We were inseparable. Carter was like this sibling I always wanted but never had. I mean, we practically did everything together, and he just knew how to make everyone smile.
Now, I'm sorry to have to ask you this, Jesse, but did you know that Carter was vaping?
Yes, we both vaped.
Then how did you both start vaping?
We first started vaping in the 8th grade, and it was from this guy, Ty Henderson. He invited us over to a party and offered us some vapes.
You and Carter accept this
I'm sorry,
offer?
counsel, can you please move that microphone closer to you? Just swing it towards you. You may continue as you are. There you go. Please repeat the question.
Did you and Carter accept this offer?
Yes, we did.
Why?
Me and Carter were curious to try it, and Ty said that it was safe, so really there wasn't anything we had to worry about.
Then if you thought it was safe, did you and Carter continue to vape after that party?
Yes, we did.
Where would you get the vapes?
We started buying our vapes from Vic's Vaporium.
Vic's Vaporium. Jesse, when did you first learn about Vic's Vaporium?
It was during our freshman year in high school of 2023.
And how did you first learn about it?
We heard this from a guy, an upperclassman. He told us that the clerks at Vic's would practically...
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay. The witness is testifying as to an out-of-court statement as to what someone has told her, and that is an out-of-court statement, and no exception has been established.
All right, so this witness is attempting to testify about a clerk's statement. Counsel, Ms. Calvo, your response?
Yes, Your Honor. Pursuant to Rule 801, a hearsay statement is an out-of-court statement brought for the truth of the matter asserted. However, this statement is being brought in for its effect on the listener as to why Carter and Jesse decided to start buying from Vic's.
So you're soliciting this witness's statement of a clerk that's already at the shop.
Your Honor, the witness is testifying to what an upperclassman told her about Vic's, which led her to believe Vic's was a good place to buy.
Right, but I think the objection started when you solicited the next question about what the clerk said. We're done with the friend, Mr. Ty.
This isn't Ty Henderson, Your Honor. This is another upperclassman who told them about Vic's and why it would be a good place to buy there.
It's still an objection to an outside statement, an out-of-court statement, and you're saying this is not to prove the truth of the matter. And the proposed testimony is that what the proffer is that this witness received information as where to buy, correct?
Where to buy and why it'd be okay to buy there.
And that's what you're trying to identify to say that that's why they went to the shop.
Yes.
Okay. Response, Mr. Calvo?
Yes, Your Honor. As to the counsel's response as to saying why it would be okay to buy from there, she is offering it for the truth of the matter if that's the case.
The response that I heard is that this is not to prove it, it's to show notice to the listener, which is a witness, and whether she actually acted on it and proved it is going to be followed up. So at this time, I'm going to overrule the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And you may proceed, Ms. Calvo. This is two Calvos.
Did you finish your answer, Jesse?
No, I did not.
Would you like to finish or would you like me to re-ask the question?
Yes, can you re-ask, please?
How did you first learn about Vic's Vaporium?
Oh, so the guy, right? He basically told us that the clerks at Vic's could sell us vapes with a fake ID.
So, Jesse, how exactly old were you and Carter when you started buying from Vic's?
I was 15 years old and Carter was only 14 years old.
15 and 14, that's really young. So if you and Carter were both just children, how were you buying from Vic's?
We ended up using fake IDs.
I see. And where did you get those fake IDs?
We actually bought them from the same guy who told us about Vic's for like 15 bucks.
And did those cheap fake IDs work?
Well, yeah, it was kind of nerve-wracking at first, but the clerk didn't really question us and just sold us the vapes.
And how many times did that clerk do this?
It was only for a few times until the clerk just stopped checking for ID.
Interesting. So Jesse, I want to talk about more of your experiences with vaping. Were you and Carter ever caught vaping?
Yes, we were.
How?
We were actually caught once at Carter's house.
Could you tell us more about what happened that time?
Well, me and Carter, we were hanging out as we usually do, and well, we were vaping at Carter's back porch. And then all of a sudden, Kennedy shows up and she sees us vaping.
And how did Kennedy react to seeing you guys vaping?
It really wasn't the best. Kennedy just kept going on and on, just yelling at us and scolding us for vaping.
How did you and Carter react to Kennedy's scolding?
To be honest, we didn't really listen and we just continued vaping.
Could you tell us why?
We weren't smoking with nicotine or anything. It was only the flavored water vapor, so we thought that it was still safe.
Then did you and Carter continue to vape after that incident with Kennedy?
Yes, we did.
For how long?
It was only for a while, but Carter, he stopped vaping around early March.
Do you know why?
That was when Carter found out about his lung infection.
Jesse, I know this is going to be extremely hard for you, but I want to talk more about Carter's lung infection. Did you ever notice, that lung infection and all this vaping, was it ever affecting him in any way?
Yeah, it was kind of hard not to notice. You could see that he was struggling, and I didn't know what to do to help him. What could I do?
And how is he struggling?
Carter, he started becoming pale. He lost a bunch of weight, and his coughing, it got to a point where I could tell that he was in pain.
Jesse, for my final question, were any of these health issues present before you and Carter started buying from Vicks?
No, he was okay. We were both okay.
I'm so sorry for your loss, Jesse. Thank you so much for being here today, and thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Thank you, counsel. We'll proceed with cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so Mr. Castro.
Good morning, Andrews.
Good morning.
I'd just like to say sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
And Miss Andrews, you testified that you were best friends with Carter, correct?
Yes, we were.
Right, and you practically did everything together. Am I right?
Yes.
And this included vaping, correct?
Yes, it did.
Right, now I want to talk to you more about you and Carter's experience with vaping. Both you and Carter first ever encountered vaping in your 8th grade year.
Yes.
And this was through Ty Henderson, correct?
Yes.
And your very first time ever even knowing about the concept of vaping was through Ty Henderson.
Yes, that's right.
And your very first time ever touching a vape, both you and Carter, was also through Ty Henderson.
Yes.
Not through Vicks Vaporium.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Not through Vicks Vaporium.
No.
And not by any advertisement, correct?
No.
Right, now, preceding this, you and Ty as well as Carter also became close friends, correct?
It was mostly me and Carter.
Correct. And you began to hang out frequently at his house, correct?
Yes.
Every Saturday, in fact.
Yes.
And both you, Carter, and Ty would all vape together.
Yes.
And Ty had a sister, didn't he?
Yes.
And this sister of his, both you and Carter would give cash to her, correct?
Yes.
And this cash that you would give to Ty's sister Ty's sister would then use it to purchase vape products on both you and Carter's behalf, correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Andrews. Now, proceeding on, you and Carter, this for a while, this was you and Carter's method of obtaining vape products.
Yes, until his older sister moved away to
Correct.
college.
Yes, his older sister moved away for college. So both you and Carter had to find another source of obtaining your vape products.
We got ours from Vicks.
Yes, but you obtained fake identification in order to obtain your vape products, correct?
Yes, we did.
And in obtaining this fake identification, you were under a fake name,
Yes.
a fake date of birth,
Yes.
a fake age.
Yes, the fake ID.
Yes. And under a fake identification, you then proceeded to go to Vicks Vaporium with Carter, correct?
Yes.
And you purchased your vape products under fake identification.
Yes.
And at the time of this first transaction, both you and Carter were wearing face masks, am I right?
I wouldn't know.
Is that your testimony today, that both you and Carter weren't wearing face masks, Ms. Andrews?
I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know? One moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Now, you're aware that you're sworn under oath, correct?
Yes.
And you're also aware that you made a affidavit prior to this trial, correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Andrews. One moment. Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with the affidavit for the purposes of impeachment.
Okay, so your opposing counsel, you have your own statement?
Let the record reflect that what I'm showing to the opposing counsel is the witness's affidavit.
You want to narrow it down to say a paragraph number?
One moment. Your Honor. My apologies, Your Honor.
Yes.
Now, Ms. Andrews, so you're not aware that both you and Carter were wearing face masks at the time, correct?
No, I don't think we were wearing face masks.
Thank you, Ms. Andrews. And for preceding this, both you and Carter then started purchasing frequently from Vicks Vaporium with your fake identification, correct?
It was from time to time.
Right. And for a while, this worked until September of 2023, correct?
Yes, around that.
Right. And by then, one of Vicks Vaporium's clerks had been fired, correct?
Yes.
And because of this, it became difficult for both you and Carter to obtain your vape products. Is that right?
Yes, it was.
And in doing so, both you and Carter had to find yet again another way of obtaining your vape products, correct?
Yes.
And this other way of obtaining your vape products was through having older friends purchase it on both you and Carter's behalf, correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Andrews. And this was 6 months before Carter's death, correct?
Around that time.
Right. So 6 months before Carter's death, both you and Carter were having older friends purchase products from Vicks Vaporium on both you and Carter's behalf, correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Andrews. Now, I'd like to direct your attention to early March. In early March, you started to observe Carter's health decline, correct?
Yes.
And you also noticed that Carter was coughing profusely.
Yeah, he was in a lot of pain.
Thank you, Ms. Andrews. And you also noticed that he was experiencing a shortness of breath.
Yes.
And you've witnessed this shortness of breath before, correct?
I'm sorry, could you clarify?
You've witnessed him having this shortness of breath before ever vaping in your 8th grade year, correct?
Could you clarify on which specifically?
In your 8th grade year, when both you and Carter were auditioning for soccer, you experienced this, you observed specifically Carter having a shortness of breath.
Oh, yeah.
And
we
this was
weren't
prior
really
to both
good
of
at
you ever
sports.
vaping,
Hold on,
correct?
counsel and witness. Happens all the time, one at a time. So
Yes, Your
counsel, you pose a question, let the witness answer.
Yes, Your Honor. But this was prior to both of you ever vaping, correct?
When we were doing sports together, yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Andrews. Now, I'd like to bring you back to the first time, to when both you and Carter first obtained your fake IDs. You testified that Kennedy Torres, who is Carter's aunt, an ICU nurse, lectured both you and Carter.
Yes, she did.
And this was after both you and Carter were caught vaping.
Yes.
And she lectured the both of you on the harms of vaping, correct?
The effects, yes, she did.
Yes, and she lectured you everything that vaping could do onto both of your bodies, correct?
I wouldn't know if it's everything.
But she did lecture you on the consequences behind vaping, is that right?
The effects, yes, she did.
And yet, despite knowing the health risks behind vaping, both you and Carter still continued to vape, is that right?
We were vaping with the liquid water vapors, so yes.
Right, and after Carter's death, you learned a few things too, correct?
Could you clarify?
You learned that Carter was using nicotine in his vapes?
Apparently he was, yes.
And you also learned that Carter was using THC oils in his vapes?
To help with his chest pains, yes.
Right, and despite Carter knowing, and Kennedy Torres also lectured the both of you on the harms of nicotine to your body, correct?
Yes, she did.
And yet, despite Carter knowing this, both you and Carter still continued to vape, correct?
Again, we were vaping
Is
with
that
the
a
liquid,
yes to my question, Ms. Andrews?
with the water vapors, so yes, we
Is that
thought
a
it was
yes?
safe. Yes.
Right, you thought it was safe despite being lectured about the consequences of vaping, correct?
That was because we weren't smoking with nicotine,
But Carter was smoking with nicotine, was he not?
apparently, but I
Thank you,
didn't
Ms.
know
Andrews.
at that time.
Now, I just want to summarize both you and Carter's whole experience with vaping. On multiple occasions, you had older friends purchase on behalf of both you and Carter, correct?
Your Honor asked and answered.
Your Honor, this is a different context as to multiple occasions.
So broadening it. Okay, I'm going to give him some leeway. Objections
Thank you.
overruled.
Yes, Your Honor.
To be clear, it's the prior testimony was very particularized. Now it looks like counsel is asking some more general questions.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, on multiple occasions, both you and Carter had older friends purchase on your behalf, correct?
Yes.
And you also, both you and Carter also used fake identification as well, correct?
Once again, this is asked and answered.
Sustain. I think we've been there. You can save it for closing, counsel.
Got it. Thank you, Your Honor. If that's the case, I conclude my question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Calvo. All right, so that concludes the cross-examination. Any redirect from Ms. Calvo? Is it?
No redirect, Your Honor.
No redirect. All right, so Ms. Andrews, thank you. Suzu Smalsi, you may step down. Plaintiff, please call your next witness.
The plaintiff calls Billy Robinson to the stand.
Dr. Robinson. All right.
Before I proceed, can I get a time check?
Time check from the timekeeper, please.
7 minutes and 44 seconds.
Okay, that's your time check. As you get situated, Dr. Robinson, just remember you have been placed under oath already.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and remember, counsel and witness, please make sure you speak into the microphone.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, looks like the witness is prepared. You may proceed.
Good afternoon. Good morning, Dr. Robinson. Could you please introduce yourself to the court?
My name is Billy Robinson. I'm the chief medical examiner, but please just call me Dr. Billy.
Dr. Billy, what do you do as the chief medical examiner?
I conduct these things called autopsies, which help determine the cause of death of an individual.
Could you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
Of course, I attended Emory University and got my degree for both history and biology. Later on, I attended medical school at Emory, where I got my medical degree. And after all of that, I finally came back to Saipan and did a residency program in pathology.
So how did you become the chief medical examiner?
I had the unique opportunity to work under the former chief as an assistant medical examiner for about 10 years. And after my mentor retired, I then took that place.
And how many autopsies would you say you've completed over your career?
I'm proud to say I've done about 2,000 autopsies throughout my whole career.
And have you ever testified as an expert in court?
Yes, I have testified about 200 times in court.
Your Honor, pursuant to Rule 702, I now tender Dr. Billy Robinson as an expert in forensic pathology.
Counsel, any objection?
No objections, Your Honor.
All right, without objection, the witness is received as an expert in the area of forensic pathology.
And Dr. Billy, I want to bring your attention to your autopsy of Carter Cruz. Did you create a report for your autopsy?
Yes, I did.
Would you recognize a copy of that report?
I definitely would.
I'm now showing the opposing counsel as remark as Exhibit 1.
All right.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
Please identify Exhibit 1 for the court.
This is Carter's autopsy report.
How do you recognize it?
I created it.
Dr. Billy, do you regularly create autopsy reports for all your autopsies?
Yes, I do. It's my job.
And what's contained in an autopsy?
Usually the deceased past conditions that might have led to their death.
Dr. Billy, holding up the exhibit, as you can see, there's multiple pages to your report. Could you tell us what we should focus on today?
We should all focus on the internal examination of Carter's body. That's when I opened up his body. Page 3 is also really important because as you can see that there were no external injuries. So that means all of the answers we're going to find are inside the body.
So what did you see inside the body?
I noticed that there were issues with the heart and the lungs.
Please explain how the lungs function.
I'm glad that you asked that. So let's think of our lungs like this sort of grapevine. The vine passes nutrients through these branches to the grapes. Just like with the lungs, the air goes through the windpipe and goes to the grapes or these thousands of air sacs. There, this exchange of carbon dioxide and oxygen happens.
So what did you see inside Carter's lungs?
When I opened up Carter's lungs, I saw that these air sacs were filled up with this yellowy substance and it was ruptured and damaged.
And what is that evidence of?
That was evidence of bronchiolitis obliterans, better known as popcorn lung.
What does popcorn lung do?
Other than what I just said, popcorn lung also irritates the airways, which can make them kind of close up.
What caused Carter's popcorn lung?
It's a common ingredient that's used in vapes. It's called diacetyl, and it's usually found in microwavable popcorn, but in vapes, it's used as flavoring.
Oh. Before we continue, please explain what the effects of vaping are.
Vaping is bad for both the heart and the lungs and can cause so many problems like popcorn lung.
Would vaping be concerning for a 15-year-old male?
It definitely would be.
Why is that?
Well, 15-year-olds, kids shouldn't have vapes, especially because their body's still growing.
Dr. Billy, looking at the last page of your report, turning to the cause of death, what was the cause of Carter's death?
Here you can see that it was a myocardial infarction, also better known as a heart attack. And the secondary cause of death was the popcorn lung and the asthma.
So I'm sure everyone's heard of a heart attack, but what causes it?
A heart attack happens when the heart cannot supply enough oxygen to itself, basically causing it to choke.
What caused Carter's heart attack?
The vaping triggered an asthma attack, which then led to the heart attack.
I'm sorry, I'm a little confused here. How does an asthma attack triggered by vaping lead to a heart attack?
Again, it interferes with the processing of oxygen, which makes it, the lungs and the heart work as this loop, basically. Again, the lung brings in air, and then that air gets dispersed through the blood, which then goes to the heart then pumps out the blood. But with popcorn lung, that airway becomes smaller. And then with both popcorn lung and asthma, that airway is completely closed, which means no air is able to go through.
No air. Dr. Billy, in your expert opinion, would Carter have lived if he didn't have a vape?
Asthma is not fatal on its own, and it was the vaping that caused those breathing problems.
Now, was there anything else that might have caused Carter's death?
Carter had a heart condition, but it would not be fatal enough to cause a heart attack.
On the last page of report, there's the manner of death. Why was the manner of death a homicide?
A homicide is a death that's caused by another person. Again, kids, 15-year-olds should never have vapes. Vaping eventually led to the heart attack.
Did anyone else come to your conclusion?
Yes, as you can see on page 2, it was reviewed by another board-certified pathologist before we sent in the report.
So who was responsible for Carter's death?
Whoever placed that vape in Carter's hand.
Your Honor, we now offer Exhibit 1 into evidence at this time.
Any objection, counsel?
No objections under stipulation 9 and 10, Your Honor.
Okay, so no objection. The report will be received into evidence.
Your Honor, may my co-counsel publish this to the jury?
Yes, you may. And
no further questions.
okay. So that concludes the direct examination of the doctor, Dr. Billy. Cross-examination by defense counsel. Procedure? Yes.
Good morning, Dr. Robinson.
Good morning.
Dr. Robinson, you conducted Carter's autopsy.
Yes, I did.
And your autopsy results showed that Carter's heart attack, or Carter's primary cause of death, was a myocardial infarction.
Yes, it was.
And a myocardial infarction is a heart attack.
Yes, that's what I said.
Yes. And you concluded that Carter's heart attack was triggered by asthma.
Yes, that was triggered by the vaping.
Dr. Robinson, but I'm asking strictly about Carter's heart attack. And you also found out that Carter had a lot of underlying issues, health issues, that were not caused by outside factors. Carter had asthma.
Yes.
He has COPD, or inflammatory lung disease.
Yes, that was the lung infection.
Yes, and that's yes, Dr. Robinson. And Carter also had hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM.
Yes.
And his HCM, or HCM, is a thickened heart muscle that causes the heart's main pumping chamber to stiffen.
Yes, that's what it does.
And you found out that Carter's HCM was not obstructive.
Could you please repeat that?
And you found out that Carter's hypertrophic cardiomyopathy was non-obstructive.
It wasn't fatal.
It was not. Sorry, Dr. Robinson, but my question was it non-obstructive or obstructive?
It was not obstructive.
Thank you. Meaning it did not significantly block the blood flow to the heart.
It did not.
But it did cause the heart's main pumping chamber to stiffen.
Yes, it did.
And that means that HCM made his heart weaker and more likely to have a heart attack.
It wasn't fatal enough to cause the heart attack.
But it did allow for his heart to succumb to a heart attack, correct?
It did make his heart a bit more weaker.
Thank you, Dr. Robinson. Now, you also concluded that vaping was a contributing factor to his lung issues.
Yes.
Vaping was contributing, but it was not the direct cause.
It was a secondary cause, yes.
But it was not the direct cause.
It was not.
And it was also not the sole cause of his death.
No, it was not.
Thank you. Now I would like to talk about Carter's secondary cause of death. As we already established, Carter's secondary cause of death was asthma and bronchiolitis obliterans, or BO.
Yes, popcorn lung.
Thank you. And you stated that that is usually caused by the exposure of diacetyl.
Yes.
And Dr. Robinson, isn't it correct that diacetyl can be inhaled through secondhand smoking?
It can, but it will not be pronounced enough.
But if it's done in severe amounts, it can lead to severe health issues.
It can.
Thank you. Now, diacetyl can also be found in other food, correct?
Yes, it can.
Yes. And you also concluded in the toxicology report that was conducted that there was elevated levels of glycol and glycerin.
Could you please repeat that?
In Carter's toxicology report, it showed elevated levels of glycol and glycerin.
Yes.
And you stated that those can be found in vape liquid.
Yes, it can be.
But they can also be found in food.
Some can be, yes.
And cosmetics.
Could you please repeat that?
Can glycol and glycerin be found in cosmetics?
Yes.
And even medicine.
Yes.
These are common things that are available to anyone.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, your report did not tell us whether glycol or glycerin in Carter's blood was ingested or inhaled.
No.
Thank you. Now let's talk about what your toxicology report does not tell us. It does not tell us the source of the substances that were found in Carter's blood.
It was from the vape.
No, it wasn't. Sorry, Dr. Robinson, but is it your testimony today that the glycol and glycerin that was found in Carter's blood was from vape?
But Carter was vaping.
Dr. Robinson, are you aware that Carter was vaping for certain?
When I did my autopsy report, the report showed that all of these substances are found in vapes.
So you're saying that through your medical examination, it showed that these substances were in vape?
They can be.
Yes, they can be found in vape, but you can't say for certain if they were in vape.
Sure.
It could be found from other sources, as we already established.
It could.
Yes. Now, Dr. Robinson, it does not tell us how glycol, glycerin, or diacetyl came to be in Carter's blood.
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered. Just earlier, they asked about glycol and glycerin, how it ended up in Carter's body as well.
Your Honor, may I respond?
Yes.
I stated the source of the substances, and now I'm asking if she knows how they came to be in Carter's blood.
It's a different arena, so the objection is overruled. Counsel may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll re-ask my question. You cannot tell us how these substances came to be in Carter's blood.
Again, those substances can be found in vapes.
But they can be found in other substances as well?
Yes.
Thank you. So you cannot say for certain?
No.
Thank you. Now, to summarize your medical findings, Doctor, Carter's heart attack was caused by asthma, not vaping.
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered. Earlier, they asked about this as well.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Yes.
My question is entirely different, or not entirely, but previously I was asking if his heart attack was caused by asthma, but now I'm asking if it was caused by asthma and not vaping.
There's a contraction here of the question, as in 2 points. So
that would be a compound question, Your Honor.
The sources, not the question, but the source. So the objection is overruled. The witness may answer if she's able to do so.
Would you like me to rephrase my question?
Yes.
Or restate, sorry. So Carter's heart attack was caused by asthma, not vaping itself.
The vaping triggered
Sorry,
the
Dr.
asthma.
Robinson, but that is not my question.
Your Honor, opposing counsel is badgering the witness. Can she let her speak?
May I respond, Your Honor?
I've tried to move it along, or if you're asking a yes or no question, then the witness is instructed to respond with a yes or no answer. So if it's truly yes or no. So the objection is overruled in that context with the caution made by the court to counsel, okay?
Yes, Your Honor. Dr. Robinson, my question is a yes or no question. Carter's heart attack was caused by vaping, not By asthma,
Yes.
not vaping, correct?
Sorry, could you please repeat that?
Yes. Carter's heart attack was caused by asthma, not vaping.
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, 2 minutes left. All right, redirect,
Could I get a time check, Your Honor?
timekeeper,
6 seconds.
Briefly, Your Honor.
very brief.
Dr. Billy, in your expert opinion, what is the most likely source of the chemicals in Carter's body?
The vape.
No further questions, Your Honor. Your Honor, may this witness.
Well done. Well done, counsel. The witness has concluded her testimony. Dr. Billy, you may return to your seat. That concludes the present, or I don't want to surmise. So plaintiffs, do you have any other witnesses to present?
None at this time, Your Honor. The plaintiff rests.
All right, so that concludes the presentation of the evidence by the plaintiff. No motion to be entertained. We will proceed. Defense, do you wish to present your case? Calling your first witness, defense.
Yes, Your Honor. Defense would like to call up his first witness, Joseph Winston.
All right, so Mr. Dare is calling on Mr. Joseph Winston. All right, so Mr. Winston is reminded. Again, Mr. Winston is reminded that you are currently under oath.
Yes, Your Honor.
And counsel, just because, well, counsel's been reminded, but witness, please make sure you speak into the microphone when you respond.
Yes, Your Honor.
Perfect. Counsel, Mr. Dare, you may continue or proceed with your direct.
Good morning, Mr. Winston.
Good morning.
Could you please state and spell your name out for the record?
My name is Joseph Winston. It's spelled JOSEPHWINSTON. You can call me Joe, just don't call me Jojo.
And Mr. Winston, are you currently employed?
Yes, I am.
And where do you work?
Morris Phillips.
What do you do at Morris Phillips?
I'm in the Public Relations Department.
And what do you handle in the Public Relations Department?
I just do stuff like advertising, press releases, media campaigns, and research.
Is your testimony today based on your work and experience at Morris Phillips?
Yes, of course. I've worked at the company for a long time now and with its products firsthand.
Now, what kind of company is Morris Phillips?
We're this huge company that's famous for our tobacco products. In fact, I believe we're one of the world's largest tobacco companies in the world.
Are you familiar with any steps that Morris Phillips has taken to modernize their products?
Yes, of course. See, we're always trying to improve. And in fact, we're trying to improve our company by modernizing our product lines with the electronic cigarette or the e-vape.
What is the e-vape?
It's this relatively new e-cigarette product line.
And how did Morris Phillips come to acquire the e-vape?
Well, first, we saw how popular it was doing. Then we struck a deal with Victor Vavrick, or otherwise known as the owner of Vic's Vaporium, that owns the e-vape. And then after we made that deal, before we even, introduced it into the Morris Phillips family, we went down to their facilities and reviewed it.
Thank you, Mr. Winston. Now I'd like to ask about what part you played in that acquisition rollout of the e-vape.
I'm actually in the department that is part of the acquisition rollout.
And what advertisements did you guys feature in your advertisements?
It only features adult tobacco smokers with our products.
Do you work with other peer professionals to create your advertisements?
Yes, of course. We're a very big department.
And Mr. Winston, are you familiar with any changes in the legal age for tobacco use?
Yes, they raised the legal age to 21.
And how did that affect Morris Phillips and its distributors?
Well, we sent out a word immediately to all of our manufacturers and distributors to follow this new rule immediately.
How did Morris Phillips ensure that their distributors followed age compliance?
Can you repeat?
How did Morris Phillips ensure that Vic's Vaporium followed age compliance?
Well, we reviewed their facilities and ensured that the way they were doing things was up to our standard.
Now, are you familiar with any other steps that has been taken to reduce youth access or even appeal?
Yes, of course. See, we've worked with many governmental agencies and advocacy groups to make sure the way that we do things are, well, right, appropriate. And we've even taken down our most popular flavors. And since we are in charge of the advertising for the e-vape, we have taken down ads related to those as well.
Why did you guys choose to do that?
We wanted to ensure that they weren't exposed again to, yes.
Now, Mr. Winston, how did Morris Phillip respond to the death of Carter Cruz?
Morris Phillips is heartbroken by the death of Carter Cruz. His death was just so tragic and unforeseeable. We could have never seen this coming with our safe product that we've done everything we can. However, Morris Phillips does not take responsibility for the death of Carter Cruz. We have worked everything we can to ensure that our product is a safe product for adults. However, in the end, our products were exposed to a younger audience, and we acknowledge that. And that's why we will make sure that this never happens again.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, so that concludes the direct cross-examination. Would this be Ms. Ancheta?
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Winston.
Good morning.
Now, you work in public relations, right?
Yes, I've been working there for a long time now.
And you work in advertising.
Yes, that's part of the role of a public relation.
And this is under Maurice Philippe's tobacco company.
Yes, that is correct. I've been working there for a long time now.
So you do not work for Vicks Vaporium.
No, we do not work for Vicks Vaporium. We just own the rights to their products.
You own Maurice Philippe's company owns the rights to the e-vape.
Yes, that is correct.
And so you do not manage the sales of Vicks Vaporium.
No, that is handled by Victor Vavrick.
You do not manage the sales in the store.
No, again, that is handled by Victor Vavrick, the owner of Vicks Vaporium.
Yes, Mr. Winston. And Vicks Vaporium is the flagship seller of the e-vape product.
Yes, they are our biggest location.
They are the only store in Pogin where you could buy an e-vape.
No, we have other stores as well.
In Pogin.
Yes.
Right. But Vicks Vaporium sells the e-vape product.
Yes, they are one of the biggest stores that sells the products.
And Mr. Winston, you mentioned you reviewed your facilities.
Yes, that is correct.
So you did this as a public relations professional.
No, a part of Morris Phillips.
Okay, and Mr. Winston, isn't it true that a lot of these shops sell illicit substances?
And sorry, could you clarify as to what that means?
Yes, Mr. Winston. Isn't it true that a lot of these shops that you manage sell illegal substances?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation. My witness would not know that for certain, and counsel is asking him to guess about it.
Your Honor, may I respond?
Yes.
In direct, they have mentioned that Mr. Winston is aware of these facilities and how they are managed, specifically what they sell. And Your Honor, I'm only inquiring about this line of questioning.
That is not speculation, so the objection is overruled. The witness may answer the question.
Now, Mr. Winston, I'll repeat the question.
Thank you.
Isn't it true that a lot of your shops sell illegal products?
Well, it is truly unfortunate that they do, but I guess that is why they are no longer partnered with us.
Mr. Winston, and isn't it true that they violate state and federal regulations?
Yes, that is correct. That is why we do not partner with them anymore.
Yes, Mr. Winston, so they violate the law.
That is exactly why we do not partner with them anymore.
Right. Now, Mr. Winston, could you please hold up Exhibit 7 on the stand? Do you recognize this ad?
It seems like an old advertisement from our company or Vicks Vaporium.
So you created this ad?
I cannot say for certain since we are a big company.
Right, you are a big company, but you are the account manager and you manage advertising.
I'm one of the people that manages advertising, yes.
And it says on that ad, Vape the Rainbow.
Yes, that is correct.
On a public social media website.
Yes.
Where kids are.
Yes, but we only target adults.
Right, you target adult tobacco smokers. So do they smoke the rainbow?
I would say so, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Winston. Now, I want to ask again, on that advertisement, it markets an e-vape, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And you could only buy this e-vape at Vicks Vaporium.
Yes, if you show proper ID and if you are over 21.
If you show proper ID and you're over 21. But still, in Poggen, if somebody would want to buy an e-vape, they would have to go to the exclusive retailer, Vicks Vaporium.
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you, Mr. Winston. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, the witnesses pass. Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Sadur.
Mr. Winston, Mars Phillips ensures that Vicks Vaporium, sorry, let me rephrase my question. Does Mars Phillips ensure that Vicks Vaporium follows all the regulations and age compliance?
Well, yes, I am not in the PR department, but Morris Phillips entirely, yes. We make sure that our stores, especially our flagship location, follows all regulations and federal laws.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, so that concludes the testimony of defendant's witness, Mr. Winston.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may return to your seat.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's turn this, defense. Please call your second witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The defense would like to call up Victor Vavrick to the stand.
Okay, so Mr. Victor Vavrick. And again, Mr. Vavrick as a Vavrick. Just as a reminder, you're currently under oath in this mock trial competition. All right, so the witness is reminded. Looks like he's ready to go. Again, counsel and witness, please make sure microphone is properly being forwarded.
Yes.
All
Your
right,
Honor.
you may proceed, Mr. Calvo.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Vavrick.
Good morning.
Now, can you state your full name and spell it for the record?
My name is Victor Vavrick, spelled Victorvrick, but you can just call me Vic.
And can you describe your educational background to the court?
I went to the University of Guam in 2008, and I had my heart set on becoming a chemical engineer, but I eventually shifted my major to industrial management.
And what was it that initially inspired you to pursue chemical engineering?
Ever since an early age, I was exposed to cigarette smoke, so I just wanted to find a better and a safer alternative to traditional tobacco smoking.
And did you ever find this safer alternative?
Yes, I did.
And what was this safer alternative?
E-cigarettes.
And how did you come about finding out about e-cigarettes?
While I was studying in Guam, a smoke shop opened up in Tumon, so there I discovered the product.
And did you go to these smoke shops?
Yes, I did.
And what was your experience like at these smoke shops?
When I was first there, I was inspired by the variety of products they had there. And again, that's where I discovered the safer alternative. I went there enough times to learn about the policies they had in place, and I just got familiar with the ID verification process in general.
And how did this experience impact you?
It really inspired me. It inspired me to open up my own vape shop. So I shifted my major to industrial management and hope to open up my own vape shop.
And after shifting your major to industrial management, what did you do next?
I graduated and got my bachelor's in industrial management. Then I moved back to my home island of Poggen to set up my own vape shop.
And after setting up your own vape shop, what happened afterwards?
E-cigarettes were gaining a lot of popularity around the time, so I decided to dabble and create my own products. Using my background in chemical engineering, I eventually invented and developed the product Vicks Vogue and the e-vape.
And after you inventing your Vicks Vogue and e-vape line, how was business performing for you?
Business was going great. I got a lot of recognition in the industry. I also received some trade journal awards, and I also caught the attention of this big company called Morris Phillips.
And who is Maurice Phillips to you?
Morris Phillips is this big tobacco company that bought out the rights, the trademarks, and the patents to my product, the e-vape.
And can you describe this deal you struck with Maurice Phillips in order for them to buy out your e-vape line?
Again, they bought out the rights, the trademarks, and the patents to my product, the e-vape, but I managed to retain the Vicks Vaporium name, and I'd become a flagship location for Morris Phillips e-vape system.
Thank you, Mr. Vavrick. And after this deal you struck with Maurice Phillips, did you have any control whatsoever on your e-vape line?
No, I couldn't control how it was manufactured or where it was distributed. Everything about the e-vape from there was entirely up to Morris Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Vivek. Now, I just want to touch back to your Vaporium. Can you run us through the typical process of what a consumer would do to purchase products from your store?
Yeah, so the person comes in and they look around for what products they'd like to purchase. They'd give the items to the clerk and we'd go through an ID verification process. If we can verify that the person is of age, then we'd go through with the purchase.
And this ID verification process you mentioned, how do you enforce it?
I make sure to train my clerks about the process in general, and I also make sure to conduct routine ID checks within the establishment.
Thank you. And at any point, is any of your clerks able to ignore or overlook this checking policy?
Absolutely not. I've been trying to enforce it, so even if they are regular, they still check for ID.
Thank you. And what's the importance behind this ID verification process?
Well, as a business owner, it's my responsibility to ensure that my business doesn't sell to anyone underage, especially as a business owner in this industry. And another reason why I just wanted to follow all local and federal laws. So checking for ID helps prevent that.
Right. And just going back to your business, while throughout your years of running your business, what was your experience like?
Like I mentioned, business is going really good. There were 2 times where we had to adjust, like in Christmas of 2019, there was the Tobacco 21 Act, and in early 2020, there was COVID.
And you mentioned the Tobacco 21 Act. Can you explain more on this?
Basically, Congress raised the legal age of purchase to tobacco products to 21, and we automatically adjusted, of course.
And how did you adjust to this policy?
We immediately changed our signage to fit the 21 age requirement, and we also ensured that our customers were of the age of 21 or older.
And you also mentioned COVID-19. Can you describe how that impacted your business?
When the initial order came, we weren't allowed to remain open because we weren't essential businesses. But when we were allowed to reopen, there was a mask mandate in place, and we were already affected previously.
And how did this mask mandate affect your business?
It made it difficult to verify the ID holder to the person in the photo. And of course, we wanted to ensure that our customers and our clerks weren't put at risk, so we ensured to follow it.
Thank you, Mr. Vivek. Now, I just want to talk about other policies your store enforces. You mentioned ID checking policy as well as you enforcing a mask mandate. What other policies does your store enforce?
Yeah, so in addition to the policies you just mentioned, we also have mandatory employee trainings, we have signage, we have labeling and disclosure, and we also have a surveillance system in place.
And you mentioned a labeling and disclosure policy. Can you elaborate more on that?
Our products are clearly labeled if they contain nicotine or are nicotine-free. So before a customer even makes their purchase, they're informed of what their product contains.
Right, and you also mentioned a signage policy. Can you explain?
We have signs posted all over the shop that tell customers our target age range and also just any product or health risk warnings.
And you also mentioned mandatory employee trainings. What is that?
I make sure to train my clerks personally so that they're informed of the ID verification process and any vaping or tobacco related laws.
And lastly, you also mentioned a surveillance system you have in place. What exactly is that for?
It basically just monitors if ID was being checked and if sales were being made. But it's a little grainy at the footage. We just are able to ensure that ID was checked.
Thank you, Mr. Vivek. And with all these policies that your store enforces, can you just describe what's the importance behind all of this?
As a business owner, like I mentioned before, I have to ensure that we don't sell to minors. And I also have to ensure that I'm following all the laws. So enforcing all of these policies just helps prevent that.
Thank you, Mr. Vivek. And how long have you owned your business?
I've been the owner of Fixed Vaporium for around 16 years now, and I'd say I'm pretty experienced.
Thank you. And just to clarify, what kind of products do you sell at your store?
We sell your traditional tobacco products, but we also sell an extensive line of e-cigarettes and e-liquids.
And who exactly is your products intended for?
Our products at Fixed Vaporium are strictly intended for an audience that is 21 years old or older. If a minor somehow manages to get their hands on one of our products, they either didn't get it from us or they got it from someone who got it legally.
Thank you, Mr. Vavrick. And you mentioned your surveillance system. Have you ever reviewed your footage?
Yeah, I make sure to check it pretty regularly.
And in reviewing the surveillance footage, have you personally seen a clear sale of any of your products to Carter Cruz?
No, I have not been made aware of any clear sales.
And to your personal knowledge of running your business and being at your store, have you ever witnessed a transaction or sale of any of your products to Carter Cruz?
No, I have not either.
Thank you. And Mr. Vavrick, for my last question, based on just everything you've heard in today's trial, as well as your perspective as a business owner these past few years, what is your perspective on the charges being pressed against your business today?
I strongly disagree with them. While our products are meant to be an alternative to traditional tobacco smoking, in the end, they're ultimately meant for adults, not minors. Also, I just want to say it's truly unfortunate that we're even here today because of the death of a minor, and my heart goes out to the family. However, I've tried, and I believe that I have done everything in my power to ensure that I follow all the laws. I've been using what I have, and I just really wouldn't want to subject the minor to this.
Thank you, Mr. Vavrick. That concludes my questioning, Your Honor. May I ask the timekeeper how much time we have left for direct?
10 minutes and 57 seconds.
Thank you.
10:57 left. Okay, so the witnesses pass. Any cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Castro. I'm sorry, Calvo. How could I miss?
Good morning, Mr. Vavrick.
Good morning.
I first want to talk about some of your promotional materials, starting with exhibit number 7, as it should be on the stand. In that ad is a picture of an e-vape, correct?
Yes, it is.
The product that you invented,
Yeah, it is now in Morris Phillips' control.
and the product that is sold at your store, Vic's Vaporium.
Yeah, we're the exclusive retailer of Morris Phillips e-vape.
And right above that picture of an e-vape, in big, bright, colorful text, it says, "Vape the rainbow."
Yes, it does.
Now, Mr. Vavrick, that slogan sounds extremely familiar to me. I'm sure you're aware of the popular Skittles slogan, "Taste the rainbow," correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance. The Skittles slogan as to taste the rainbow is not relevant in this case.
How is it relevant, counsel?
Your Honor, bringing up the Skittles slogan is meant to show that the ad had the potential to attract children, which is one of the claims we're bringing up against Mr. Vavrick.
For targeting in the marketing.
Yes.
Objections overruled.
Okay, thank you.
Would you like me to re-ask the question?
Go ahead.
You're aware of the famous Skittles slogan, "Taste the rainbow," yes?
I feel like everybody's heard of it as of late.
So then I'm sure you're aware that Skittles is a very popular candy brand, yes?
I think that's where the slogan came from, but I'm not too sure. I'm not well versed in Skittles.
And you would agree with me that "Vape the rainbow," your slogan for the vapes, and "Taste the rainbow," the candy slogan, are extremely similar.
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered. I believe the council has already established this.
I think we're getting a confirmation from the witness, so the objection's overruled. The witness can confirm or deny.
Sorry, could you please restate the question?
Of course, your slogan, "Vape the rainbow," and the Skittles slogan, "Taste the rainbow," are extremely similar.
For this specific advertisement, would you please allow me to explain why it's that slogan?
No, Mr. Vavrick, please limit your answers to yes or no.
I guess for some people that'd be similar.
In fact, it's only a one-word difference, vape and taste.
I wasn't in charge of this advertisement, but
But it
yeah.
is similar, yes?
Yeah,
Okay.
I guess.
Now, this big, bright, colorful "Vape the Rainbow" advertisement was posted onto Autogram, yes?
Yeah, this was for a sponsor with Morris Phillips e-vape, and I
And
sponsored it.
Autogram is a public social media platform.
Yeah, but it's mainly for adults, so.
Autogram is
sorry.
mainly for adults?
It's mainly for an audience of anyone, sorry.
Yes, exactly. Anyone, meaning even children could see this ad.
I mean, Yeah, I guess if they were following this with their algorithm.
Thank you. You may set that exhibit aside for now. Let's talk about your cloud chasing events. These are vaping events, correct?
Yeah.
Your Honor, assumes facts not in evidence. It's never been established as to these cloud chasing events mentioned. And lack of predicate, Your Honor.
That was, you're saying that that was not addressed in your direct examination, therefore this is beyond the direct examination?
The cloud chasing events that the council has mentioned has never been brought up in my direct examination, nor has it been brought up in any testimony, Your Honor.
Okay, and this is cross-examination, and if counsel is aware of facts that this witness is aware of, even though you didn't raise it, defense counsel and cross may address it if it's relevant. So the objection is overruled, but counsel, if it hasn't been raised, then you must obviously educate all of us, including the jurors.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Would you like me to re-ask the question?
Yes, please.
Your cloud chasing events are vaping events, correct?
Yeah, they're public cloud chasing events to showcase our products.
Exactly. Public, meaning there's no age requirements needed to attend.
I mean, they're completely legal, so
So
we
technically,
just use it to showcase to our audience and the community.
yes, technically anyone could go to these vaping events, yes?
Yes, anyone can, but it's mostly to our audience.
Including children.
These are just meant to showcase our events and show the competitive spirit of our
But children
contestants.
can come see this, right?
They're free to watch, yes.
Exactly. In fact, you even recall seeing Carter Cruz himself attend one of these events.
I can't say for certain, but I do believe that I have. I'm not too sure.
So knowing that the children could possibly attend these events, you never did anything to stop them?
Well, I know that we had policies at the store, so
At the
I
store,
felt there
but
was
not
no
the cloud
harm.
chasing events.
Well, no, because it's just a public event to showcase the product.
Now, you did mention the signs on your doors, yes, which are meant to discourage minors from buying,
Yes, they're meant to discourage the purchases.
but they're never 100% effective, are they?
Not everything is always 100% effective, but it is meant to discourage it.
Now let's talk more about that. You said that you've owned your store for around 16 years now, correct?
Yeah, I'd say I'm pretty experienced.
And throughout those 16 years, you say that your clerks have always checked customer IDs.
Wait, could you re-ask the question? I'm afraid I might have interpreted that wrong.
No problem. You claim that your clerks always check customer IDs, yes?
It's a big policy in our establishment, so I did try to establish it, but it's unrealistic for me to be in the store all the time.
And you say that this policy is your #1 cardinal rule.
Our #1 cardinal rule is to not sell to minors.
And you say that your clerks cannot ignore this issue under any circumstances.
I've tried to make it a big deal, so no, I hope that they've been following it.
But Mr. Vavrick, didn't you hear from Jessie Andrews just today that one of your clerks sold vapes to her and Carter and stopped checking their IDs?
From Jesse Andrews, I believe he was talking about a clerk named Allison. Am I correct?
Yes, the clerk stopped checking their IDs.
She's no longer in our established. She's no longer
stopped.
accepted in our establishment.
She ignored your #1 cardinal rule.
Yes, and that is also precisely why she no longer works at our establishment.
So speaking of your #1 cardinal rule, the Department of Public Safety has sent in officers to double check this, yes?
Yes, they have, and we've complied.
Complied, but isn't it true that your clerks have failed the test conducted by these DPS officers?
Regarding,
They failed to properly check the DPS officers' IDs.
for those clerks, I assume so.
And this happened on multiple different occasions.
Yeah, and that is why those clerks are no longer in employment again.
But you were even charged for this, correct?
Yes, I was charged for this.
There's a sentence form for this charge.
I was, and I think I've learned since then.
If I showed you a copy of the sentence form, would you be able to recognize it?
Yes, absolutely.
I have handed opposing counsel what has been marked for identification purposes as exhibit #6. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
Your Honor, I would also like to reiterate that based on the agreed upon rules, we are meant to ask questions first, then enter the exhibit.
You are, so I'm sorry.
Pertaining to the exhibit, but after we enter the exhibit, we can no longer ask answers.
That's called foundation, but you can't extract information from it.
Based on memory, we are still allowed to.
Yes, just
Yes.
foundational.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Vavrick, I have handed you Exhibit 6. You recognize it, correct?
Yes, yes, this is my signature and this is the exact one that I saw.
Yes, you said it's your signature there on the back.
Yes, that I said that right.
And this is kept by the Superior Court of the Commonwealth, yes, as it says on the top.
It is.
Now, Mr. Vavrick, you were charged with the sales and distribution of tobacco products to minors, correct?
I was, and again, I feel like I've learned since then.
And you were found guilty of this.
Yes, I unfortunately was.
Objection, Your Honor. As to, this is a highly prejudicial line of questioning. Additionally, I'd like to object as to Rule 404, improper character evidence. I believe the counsel is using this plea agreement as to the witness's character, which is not permissible in this
May I
case.
respond, Your Honor?
So it's a 404 objection. Yes.
403, Your Honor.
403 and 404.
Yes.
Okay.
For the 404 objection, Your Honor, pursuant to Rule 404B2, we are allowed to inquire about these instances if it's to show, in this case, knowledge that their procedures for checking IDs were ineffective. And as to 403, the prejudicial effect is outweighed by its probative value as it does not go to emotionally persuade, inflame the passion, or mislead the jury, but is to show that Vicks Vaporeum knew their products were being sold to minors.
And this knowledge was representative when? The date, because the relevance is the other 403. If it's before the unfortunate passing of
This was
Mr.
before
Carter?
the passing, Your Honor. This was in 2023. Carter passed in 2024.
All right, so, and this is for the purpose of,
Showing that Vicks Vaporeum had the knowledge that their procedures were ineffective and that their products were being sold to minors.
that goes to them. Mr. Calvo, your response?
I would argue that this is a highly prejudicial line of questioning, and that additionally, this would also go to a hearsay objection since the counsel is questioning onto the contents of the exhibit.
Well, we were trying to get into the foundation first, because it hasn't been received to evidence. But the plaintiff is trying to use this exhibit and evidence to show the witness had actual notice and knowledge.
Yes.
And the argument is this is unduly prejudicial by the defense, essentially.
Yes, Your Honor.
It is prejudicial for sure, but that's what all the evidence is intended to support the other party. So the objection is overruled. This is only limited, the jurors are instructed for the purpose of notice and knowledge by the witness.
I do not need to respond to the hearsay objection, Your Honor.
You prevailed. I overruled the objection.
Okay. Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Once again, Mr. Vavrick, you were found guilty of this charge, yes?
Yes, I unfortunately was.
And this took place in December of 2023?
Yes, that is the date. That is the document was ordered on.
Your Honor, we now offer Exhibit 6 into evidence.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, I'd like to object as to hearsay. This document is an out-of-court statement.
Any response?
Yes, Your Honor, this exhibit would be an exception to the hearsay rule pursuant to Rule 8038, as it is a public record kept by the Superior Court of the Commonwealth as established during questioning.
But there's a criminal document. There's some exceptions to that. 803. Do you have any exception to it?
Your Honor, I argue that it is still an exception to the hearsay rule as it is a public record kept by the Superior Court of the Commonwealth.
Okay. Well, defense counsel, do you have any response to this?
Your Honor, I don't exactly understand the counsel's argument as to it being a public record.
The business record exception is basically the basis. Is that correct?
Apologies?
Is it the business record exception? 803?
8038 public record.
Public record. 8038.
Your Honor, according to one of the rules here, it says in a civil case against the government factual findings from a legally authorized investigation and Oh, sorry, Your Honor. The opponent does not show that the source of information or other circumstances indicate a lack of trustworthiness for a civil case, Your Honor.
So under 8038, public records, a record or a statement of a public office if, and the issue I believe you're pointing is subsection A3 in a civil case or against the government in a criminal case.
Yes.
So this is a civil case. The
In
factual
this case.
findings from the illegally authorized investigation. So you're saying this exception does not apply?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, well, this is a civil case and this is being presented for purposes of the factual findings contained in this legal document. So the objection is overruled under this exception.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may my co-counsel publish this exhibit to the jury?
Yes, this is Exhibit 6.
Yes. So, Mr. Vavrick, you knew that your clerks were selling your products to minors.
Well, I only knew once I got the order. And again, that is why they were no longer in need of a job.
Yes, but even knowing this, you didn't do anything to fix that, did you?
I'd say I did. I was stricter with my current policies, and I also ensured that the employees that I trained coming later I was more stricter with their training.
You were stricter, but you didn't add anything new.
Well, no, because I was confident in how strict I was making it.
No new policies
No, again, I was confident in how strict I was being.
and no new security measures to help enforce those policies.
I did what I could with what I had, and I was stricter with them.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. The witness is passed. Redirect by defense counsel.
Yes,
Mr.
Your Honor.
Calvo.
Now, Mr. Favor, about these policies you enforce, can you just re-explain how you enforce them?
Again, I try to train my clerks with all of our policies and also the ID verification and any tobacco vaping laws, but I also make sure to ensure that signage and everything is posted in the store before I leave to do my other business things.
And how strict are you with enforcing these policies?
I am fairly strict with them. I've been a lot stricter as of late 2023.
Thank you, Mr. Vavrick. That concludes my questioning, Your Honor.
All right, that concludes the presentation of the Mr. Vic is what he prefers to be called. Thank you, sir. You may step down. That concludes your testimony.
Thank you.
Defense, do you have any other witnesses to call?
Yes, Your Honor, the defense would now like to call Ms. Kennedy Torres to the stand.
All right, so Ms. Torres, please step up to the witness box. And as you make your way up, just want to again remind you as well that you're under oath under these rules.
Good afternoon, Ms. Torres. Can you please state your name for the record?
Good afternoon. My name is Kennedy Torres, spelled KENNEDY
And where do you currently reside, Ms. Torres?
I currently live in Pagan, near my cousin Alex and the rest of her family.
And could you explain your relationship with your cousin Alex?
Like I said before, Alex is my older cousin, but she's practically been like an older sister to me, which makes her two sons, Carter and Preston, my nephews.
Now, are you originally from Pagan?
No, actually, like my cousin Alex, I'm originally from Guam, but I moved here to Pagan in pursuit of my education, where I obtained my bachelor's degree in nursing from the University of Pagan.
Now, Ms. Torres, what do you do for a living?
I'm currently an ICU nurse at CMC, the Commonwealth Medical Center. But prior to that, I was actually rotating between different departments within the hospital until I permanently landed my position as an ICU nurse.
And what is it like working in the ICU?
Working in the ICU, it's like an organized type of chaos.
And what kind of patients do you receive in the ICU?
We receive many patients from all over the hospital. They all come in and they all need around the clock care and they all have certain medical issues.
could you explain what kind of medical issues?
Well, like I said, they vary, but I did notice that most of the patients that we do get come in with respiratory issues, much like COPD, which is chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, and so on.
Thank you. And could you please explain to the court why are you here today?
Well, I'm here to bring light and clarity to what has happened to my nephew Carter.
And what was your relationship with your nephew Carter?
He passed away. Sorry.
It's okay, Ms. Torres.
Trying
Do you
not to
need
cry
some
right
time?
now.
I understand. Now, Ms. Torres, could you please explain further as to what your relationship was like with Mr. Cruz?
Carter and I, we were really close. You know, despite being my nephew, he was like the little brother that I never had. I'm sorry. He would come to me for anything and everything, and he would ask for my advice. And he would listen, but at least for
Objection,
some
Your
time.
Honor, to specifically the witness's statement about he would listen. This witness is not Carter Cruz. She may not testify to another witness's state of mind.
You're arguing that this witness's observation is pertaining to the witness's state of mind.
Your Honor, that witness would be speculating as to the other witness's state of mind. That is not permissible.
This is the person that she was talking to. Okay, well, let me hear the response from opposing counsel.
Your Honor, in regards to the witness testifying on Carter Cruz's state of mind, the witness is simply testifying as to what her perception is and her relationship with Carter.
Okay, so I'm overruling the objection because it's not speculative. There's a relationship that has been, the foundation for the relationship has been already set, and she's talking about her experiences. Now, if you want to get into it and cross about the accuracy of that, you're welcome to do so.
Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please continue, Ms. Torres.
Like I said, my relationship with Carter was really close.
And what do you mean by really close? Could you explain it for us?
He, like I said, was like the little brother that I never had, and he would always come to me for advice, and you know, he'd take it, he'd listen, at least for some time.
Now, you mentioned for some time. Was there ever any moment in which Carter Cruz had stopped taking your advice?
Do you see where we are? We're in court today because my nephew decided not to listen to me anymore, even though I told him that vaping was bad.
Thank you. And you mentioned vaping. Let's talk about that. How did you first find out Carter Cruz was vaping?
I had first found out Carter was vaping when I went over to their house to drop off something for Nick, and I saw them. Carter and his best friend Jesse was around the back porch, so I initially wanted to go and say hi. So I did, and that's when I caught them. They were vaping.
And how did you respond after finding them vaping?
I was honestly shocked. I mean, I couldn't believe it. I actually took them aside and I gave them a very long lecture on the dangers of smoking and how it can have adverse health effects to them, especially for kids their age.
And why was that so important to you?
I'm an ICU nurse, so I deal with respiratory cases every day at work. It's just, I see what it does to these patients, and to have my own nephew partake in these type of things, it really threw me in for a loop.
Now, Ms. Torres, to your knowledge, did your lecture provide any effect on Carter?
Yes, to my understanding, it did. You know, Carter was always such a good kid.
Objection, Your Honor. The witness is speculating as to the other witness's state of mind on whether she understood the dangers of vaping, which is a scientific and technical knowledge. That would be an improper lay witness opinion. Rule 702.
Your
Honor,
response?
may I respond? The witness is not testifying as to any technical what was the objection again? Was not testifying to any of technical like aspect of the case. She's simply testifying to the knowledge in which the effect her words had on Carter, which resulted in how she proceeded to act. No speculation is being involved because it is to her knowledge and to her interpretation.
Your
Okay.
Honor, if I may.
Yes, Mr. Leon.
The witness's previous words were along the lines of how dangerous smoking and vaping is, which is a highly technical and experienced knowledge. That would be an improper late witness opinion, as it has not been entered this witness as an expert.
This is from the ICU nurse, but
Yes, Your
yes, counsel, your response?
Your Honor, it's not an improper opinion, as although we may not have admitted Ms. Torres as an expert in this field, she has provided the educational and knowledge as to the subject. Now, we're not offering the truth of the matter in regards to the fact that vaping is bad. Rather, it was the effect that it may have had on Carter to her knowledge.
Your Honor, if I may.
Oh, hold on, let me just do the effect on Carter as to her knowledge, as in
In regards to the aspects.
her persuasive position, you mean?
Yes, in regards to her persuasive abilities on Carter Cruz.
Impression on him.
Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I may.
Yes.
I did not object to hearsay, so the response on effect on the listener holds no weight. Your Honor, this witness, while she does have background, this witness is not admitted as an expert. If opposing counsel would like an expert opinion, she may enter Ms. Torres as an expert. But before then, she must stick to a lay witness opinion.
Okay, so I've heard enough argument. I'm going to rule in favor of the defense counsel here in that the basis of this testimony is not because of her scientific expertise as an ICU nurse, but because of that image or understanding and that how it was impressed on Carter, which is what's relevant. Whether it was true or not, you can get on it and cross. So again, the objection is overruled. Ms. Barcinas?
Thank you, Your Honor. May I continue, Ms. Torres?
Yes, please.
Now, was that the first time or was that the only time you knew Carter was vaping?
No, unfortunately not. I then found out that he was vaping again around the beginning of February.
February of what year?
2023. 2024, sorry.
It's okay. Now, did you do anything in reaction to finding that out once again?
Yes, I did. I gave him another lecture.
And why was that important to you?
Because, you know, I wanted him to understand and be fully aware of the side effects and the health effects. It's all very bad, and I couldn't see him end up in the
Objection, Your
hospital
Honor,
bed.
to the statement, it's all very bad. That is her testifying as to vaping being bad, which is based on scientific and technical knowledge.
Your response, Ms. Barcinas?
Your Honor, I don't understand the objection counsel is trying to make.
The witness has made a conclusory statement about how vaping is, and there was a series of statements being testified to. Again, this is in the context, as I understand it, in her field as an ICU nurse that she has already referenced. So I'm going to overrule the objection. This is her observation. Counsel, Mr. Lim, you may pursue with this in cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Ms. Torres, I'd like to talk to you about in regards to Carter's health, what you saw in the weeks leading up to March 19, 2024. Do you recall that time?
Yes, I do. I do remember Carter being really run down and losing a lot of weight, and he had this very deep and phlegmy cough in his chest.
And what did you do in regards to acting to Carter's condition?
I urged Alex and Nick to take him to CMC and that they request for a chest x-ray and a CT scan immediately.
And were you aware, did you become aware of anything?
Yes, I had actually learned that the doctors had found a bilateral lung infection within Carter and that they prescribed him prednisone he was on for about, I would say, 3 days.
And to your understanding, what were the effects of prednisone on Carter?
Well, it was working. He was mostly bouncing back and, you know, he was getting better until like a little while later, I give it maybe a week that he started to get worse and his cough had come back again.
And how did you come to find that out?
Well, I went over to Alex's house for dinner after a rough shift. I saw Carter. It looked like he was already on his way up to bed, and I heard him coughing, but I believed it to be the remnants of his lung infection. So I waved it off. He went to bed, and I'd say I went home around 10.
And could you tell the court what date was this?
This was on March 19, 2024.
Now, do you recall that night, Ms. Torres? You mentioned that you ended up going home. Did you ever return to Carter Cruz's house?
Yes. Alex, she actually called me 45 minutes later. She was panicked and she was frantic, saying that Carter was pale and clammy and his skin was cold. And so I told him to call the police, and I rushed over there right away.
And how did you respond as to finding out Carter's condition?
Sorry, can you rephrase the question?
Did you do anything in response after receiving the call from Miss Alex?
Yes, I rushed over there as soon as I could, and when I pulled up, I saw that the EMTs were already there and the medics, as well as I, were rushing up to Carter's room already, and Alex, she was in the, no, I'm sorry, it was Nick. He was in the process of giving Carter CPR.
And what happened to Carter that night?
He didn't make it.
Thank you, Ms. Torres. Now, following Carter Cruz's death, did you take any actions afterwards?
Yes, I actually offered Nick and Alex to go through Carter's room. I know it was very hard for Alex to do. Upon doing that, I actually found a receipt from Vicks Vaporium and 3 vials for vaping liquid and 1 vial labeled as CBD oil.
Now, you mentioned you saw a receipt from Vicks Vaporium. Did it say who purchased the products from that Vaporium?
No, I don't recall.
And to your knowledge, would you know how Carter could have gotten a hold of such items?
Objection, Your Honor. That would be asking for speculation, how Carter would have gotten those items.
Ms. Barcinas, how is that not speculation?
Your Honor, I understand the speculation objection. However, I'm asking as to her knowledge if she knows anything in regards to how Carter could have possibly gotten these items. She has talks with Carter, and it's simply just to her knowledge and her impression. I'm not asking her to really speculate.
I will sustain the objection, but allow you to rephrase it to focus on whether she knows how Carter actually obtained it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Ms. Torres, you mentioned that Carter had caught vaping in school. Are you aware as to how?
Well, I mean, I know he would go about this. I mean, kids only go about this in so many ways. I mean, I know he had access to this through his friends, so I really wouldn't put it past that.
Thank you. Now, based on your knowledge as a nurse and as someone who knows Carter personally, how would you describe watching him struggle based on what you know?
I would describe Carter's death as something very complicated, with his asthma and his lung disease, his infection, his repeated exposure at school, and my many warnings that he ignored. It's all very complicated.
Thank you, Ms. Torres. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Yeah, that concludes the direct. So redirect.
Cross-examination,
I'm
Your
sorry,
Honor.
cross-examination by Mr. Leon.
Good morning, Ms. Torres.
Good morning.
Ms. Torres, on direct examination, you talked a lot about warning Carter. I want to go over that warning. Ms. Torres, the first time you caught Carter was when he was at Carter's house, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Ms. Torres, when you caught Carter vaping, or when the school caught Carter vaping at school, he came to talk to you.
I'm sorry.
When the school caught Carter vaping, he came to talk to you.
Yes, he did.
Ms. Torres, up to this point, you had only warned Carter about the dangers of smoking,
Yes, I warned him numerous
the
times.
dangers of drugs,
Yes,
and the dangers of alcohol,
yes, that is correct.
but never about vaping.
All of it. It was smoking and alcohol and how vaping can also have very serious health effects on you. I mean, I only deal with so many patients in the ICU. I have patients.
I see, Ms. Torres. Ms. Torres, when Carter was suspended, that's when you warned him about vaping.
Yes,
Let's go over that warning. When Carter told you about the suspension, you simply said that it did similar things to your lungs.
yes, it does.
And you told him that it was stupid to try vaping.
Yes, I was very disappointed and frustrated with him. I mean, he's always been
But
a
you
good
didn't
kid.
tell him about the dangers of vaping. Only that it was similar to smoking.
Yes, that is correct.
That's because, Ms. Torres, you don't actually know anything about vaping, do you?
I know to an extent. I know that it harms your body.
Ms. Torres, you couldn't tell me a single disease caused by vaping. Is that right?
That is correct.
Ms. Torres, you never even studied vaping in college,
No, I have not.
nor did you study the effects of tobacco.
Okay, objection, Your Honor. Under Rule 403, counsel is providing needlessly presenting cumulative evidence. If he doesn't get to his point soon, then his whole line of questioning is irrelevant.
Relevance argument, Mr. Lian.
Your Honor, this goes to attack the witness's credibility and how she would be able to properly inform Carter about the dangers of vaping. And as to cumulative evidence, I'm not allowed to voir dire the witness pursuant to the mock trial competition rules. However, on cross-examination, I may inquire into her expertise.
Well, going back to the basis of the objection, its relevance, and defense never tendered Ms. Torres as an expert and this was more in the context of the relationship. So I'm going to sustain the objection so that we don't go down the line of the fact that she's only an ICU nurse, if that's all you can give her credit for.
Thank you, Your Honor. Motion to strike.
Your Honor, there was no statement.
There was no response by the witness. So the witness, there's no witness counsel statements is not evidence. There's nothing to strike about counsel statement.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, just to confirm the other statements, though, those are still in evidence.
Counsel statement are not what was being moved because the witness was had not yet answered your question.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Torres, like you said before on direct examination, this wasn't the first time you caught Carter vaping.
No, it wasn't.
You caught Carter and Jesse vaping early freshman year, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
But you didn't mention this to the parents?
No, you know.
Not take away the vapes.
No, I did not. But with the relationship that I had with Carter, it was.
I'm not asking about your relationship to Carter. You didn't take away the vapes, correct?
No, I didn't. You know, Carter's always been a smart kid. I thought he'd know better.
You let 2 kids hold on to vapes that they shouldn't have.
Yes, I did. I should have taken them away.
But you still thought that Carter understood these dangers?
Yes, he reassured me that he understood what I was
Is it
saying.
your
and where I
statement
was coming
today
from.
that he reassured you when you caught them early freshman year that he understood?
Yes.
Before this trial, you gave a sworn statement, correct?
Yes, I did.
Were you sort of told the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
That is correct.
I'm showing Kennedy Torres's affidavit to opposing counsel.
Okay.
Paragraph.
The whole thing.
Oh, the whole.
So before you approach the witness, Mr. Lian, can you focus me and the jury? What is this about? In particular, what has the witness committed to that you want to apparently impeach?
Your Honor, the specific statement that Kennedy Torres, when she won her early freshman year, that he said that he understood.
Can we get that confirmed? If you think, you're saying she made that assertion and you're going to impeach her on that?
Yes, Your Honor. I already asked before that. Is it your statement today that Carter understood those
Okay,
things?
why don't we set that back? That way it's teed up properly. And then once you're done, just give me a paragraph number from her statement.
Your Honor, may I respond or ask a question just in regards to what statement is he referring to?
That's what we're going to get into.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
So please ask the foundational question of what she's committing to that you believe is subject to impeachment.
Yes, Your Honor. It's your statement today that Carter told you he understood the dangers of vaping early freshman year.
Yes, I said that.
Your Honor, I'm impeaching by omission. I've shown opposing counsel the affidavit.
Okay, so that means we won't have a paragraph number then. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Your Honor.
Understood. You may approach the witness.
Please review over your affidavit silently and to yourself, and let me know when you're.
And maybe to be clear, you can ask the witness what she should be looking for.
You should be looking there for a statement that Carter had told you he understood early freshman year. Are you refreshed?
Not yet. Sorry. Give me a second.
Would you like to lead the witness maybe to an area to assist
Maybe a
her?
paragraph number.
Nowhere in this affidavit does it state that you had warned Carter early freshman year. This is not other stuff. There's no statement.
No, I'm mistaken. I'm sorry.
Again. Is it your statement that Carter understood the dangers early freshman year?
Yes, I stated that, but
I'll move on.
apparently.
Ms. Torres, I want to direct your attention to Vic's Vaporium. You went to a smoke show, didn't you?
No, I did not.
Ms.
I
Torres.
was aware that Carter and Jesse
Sorry, that was my question. Ms. Torres, isn't it true that you saw Carter and Jesse at a smoke show?
Yes, I was aware.
Were you aware or did you see?
I was aware.
So you were aware, but you didn't talk to Carter about this?
No, I believe not.
You didn't talk to his parents?
No, I believe not.
Ms. Torres, you still believe that Carter knew the dangers of vaping?
Yes, at least I perceived it to be.
This was days before Carter was caught at school vaping. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, you are correct.
Ms. Torres, even after you caught him vaping, even after you caught him 3 times, you still believe he knew the dangers of vaping?
Yes, I believe so.
Ms. Torres, when you went to Carter's room, you found a vape.
Yes, within his bedside drawer.
And you found a receipt from Vic's Vaporium?
Yes, that is correct.
Ms. Torres, you knew Carter was vaping.
Yes, that was correct.
If I remember correctly, you never took away Carter's vape in early freshman year.
No, I did not.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. That concludes the cross. Thank you, Mr. Lian. Going back to defense counsel. Ms. Barcinas?
Before I may proceed with redirect, may I ask the timekeepers how much time I have for redirect?
Timekeeper?
You have 27 seconds.
27 seconds, a
I
little
will
bit more
work
than
with
6.
Now, Ms. Torres, you had multiple conversations with Carter, one in regards to, all of the peer influences he had. Now, opposing counsel was asking in regards to the obtaining of the vape. Does it show anywhere within that room where Carter got that vape?
No, it does not.
Does it show how Carter got that vape?
No, it doesn't.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Made in time. All right, so that concludes the redirect.
Recross, Your Honor, briefly.
Does he have time?
6 seconds remaining.
Again. You're gonna have to think about that.
Ms. Torres, isn't it true that the vape you found was from Vic's Vaporium?
Yes, it was purchased from Big Vaporium.
No further questions, Your Honor.
How timely. Okay. So defense, do you have any other witnesses to present?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so we will excuse the witness, Ms. Torres. Ms. Mossy, thank you. You may return to your seat.
The defense rests, Your Honor.
And now that the defense rests, looks like we can proceed to the closing arguments.
Yes, Your Honor. And before we proceed, could we be allowed to retrieve our exhibits from the stand?
Oh, yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Madam,
Yeah.
especially if you're going to use those, you just need one set because I saw you were giving generous portions. So you're going to use the witnesses set. Okay. Only those that were received into evidence, because I guess none of them were introduced. Well, statements were introduced, but not received into evidence. Juror?
Your Honor, just for the juror's sake, we're supposed to be using the green ballots, the final ballot, and then are we also doing the green ballot?
Definitely the green. And the question is from the jurors, I think the blue ballot is a no. But we will say that we will, at this point, what we'll do is proceed with the closing argument. And after closing argument, we will take the case under submission and take a recess. I think we all need a bathroom break too. And so the jurors will be allowed to then tabulate or score their, reduce their scores to the sheets. Once the courtroom deputy retrieves those and tenders those to the tabulators, then we can come back out into the courtroom, and then I'll have the members of the jury introduce themselves and give some feedback. But as to the blue, I believe it's a no. I will confirm in the next 3 minutes. Okay, so that was the question posed by the jury, whether they will be filling out the blue ballots. I think the answer is no. Just the green. It's just been confirmed. Less than 3 minutes. Less than 6 seconds too. Okay. So closing arguments will be presented by the plaintiff first, and last I checked, it's Ms. Anchetta, is it?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you're ready, please proceed.
Your Honor, before I proceed, I would like to reserve remaining time for rebuttal.
Okay, so whatever remaining time it is.
Thank you,
Yes.
Your Honor.
So noted.
Members of the jury, we ask that you don't blame the child when we have proven that Vic's Vaporium is liable for the death of Carter Cruz. Your verdict will not only bring justice for the estate of the Cruz family, it will hold accountable this corporation that continues to violate the law. The judge will soon instruct you on the 2 forms of negligence. Negligence per se and ordinary negligence. And that as the plaintiff, we have the burden of proof. Now, this burden is by a preponderance of the evidence, which means more likely than not. So if you go into that deliberation room and return that we have met our burden by even 51%, then you must return a verdict for the plaintiff. Now, negligence per se means that Vic's Vaporium violated the law, that they are liable as a matter of law. because they sold to a minor under 21 years old. And the evidence is clear. Carter's best friend testified that Carter began buying vapes at only 14 years old from Vic's Vaporium. They used fake and cheap IDs, and when Vic's Vaporium accepted those IDs, they neglected to check them entirely. But again, the defendant raises the defense that they checked IDs. We know this isn't true. Carter was 14 years old when he started buying vapes. He died at 15 years old, and they are not allowed to sell to anyone under 21. With this burden that the defense has, they have failed to meet, making Vic's Vaporium liable for negligence per se. Alternatively, we have also proven the 4 elements of ordinary negligence. First, duty. That Vic's Vaporium had a duty not to sell to minors. A breach of this duty when they sold to Carter, to Jesse, and to undercover police officers. Then we've proven actual cause. That vaping was the actual cause of Carter's death through the testimony of Dr. Billy Robinson and the evidence presented in Exhibit 1, the autopsy report. And lastly, we have also proven foreseeability. That selling a vape to a minor will cause injury because it is foreseeable that children vaping will cause them harm. But the defense makes the argument that Carter dying from a heart attack from vaping is not foreseeable. But soon the judge will instruct you on the eggshell skull plaintiff rule, that the defendant, Vic's Vaporium, must take their victim as they find them. And we know, members of the jury, you shouldn't blame the child for having an underlying heart condition. You shouldn't blame the child because this corporation neglected to check their IDs. The child for getting ads targeted to them. When Vic's Vaporium marketed Vape the Rainbow in Exhibit 7 to kids like Carter Cruz. Members of the jury, we ask that you return a verdict for the plaintiff and find that Vic's Vaporium is liable for negligence. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Sanchetta. On behalf of the plaintiff, we'll turn to the defense for your closing argument. Would that be Ms. Barcinas?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Now, what happened in this courtroom was not the result of a single moment, not a single action, and not a single decision. Rather, it was a series of unfortunate events that unfolded over time. The case at hand is tragic. A 15-year-old boy lost his life, and nothing said in this courtroom changes that. However, the law requires more than tragedy. It requires proof. Now, the plaintiff has the burden of proof in which they must prove by a preponderance of the evidence that Vic's Vaporium breached their legal duty, and it was through that alleged breach that led to the death of Carter Cruz. Now, we have reached the end of today's trial, and the answer is clear. They have not. Now, negligence must be proven through 4 elements: duty, breach, causation, damages. And as the court will instruct you, today your verdict is on liability, with damages being reserved for a later time. Now, let's walk through these elements. In law, a duty is a legal obligation to act reasonably to prevent harm. And in this case, Victor Weber, the owner of Vic's Vaporium, proved that he did just that. His clerks verified ID. His clerks asked for ID, and they did everything in their power to ensure that who they were showing or who they were allowing to purchase their product was over the age of 21. Now, the plaintiff is arguing that we cannot blame the child. And the defense is not asking you to blame the child. The defense is asking you to look at the facts at hand. And you know what a fact is? Jesse Andrews, Carter Cruz's best friend, testified today that they used fake identification to purchase these products. And when that didn't work, they sought out third parties to purchase these Vaporium products legally. And this was not the first time they had done that. Prior, when they first started vaping in the 8th grade, they had a friend named Ty Henderson who did just that. Now, the law does not require Vic to act perfectly. The law requires Vic to act reasonably, and he did so. Now, the next thing we need to prove is the breach. He didn't breach his duty because to him, the people purchasing these products were above the age of 21. And there was no proof of sale to it being sold to a minor because there was identification involved. Now, the next element we need to meet is proximate cause. Today, you heard testimony from Dr. Billy Robinson testifying to the pre-existing medical conditions that Carter Cruz had. Now, again, we are not blaming the child for having medical conditions, but we are asking the child to assume the risk in which they did. Kennedy Torres, Carter Cruz's aunt, lectured him about the effects, may not have been of vaping, but of smoking. Now, the principle is simple. Foreign substances in your lungs. That's all Kennedy was trying to do. And Carter knew that. Therefore, he assumed the risk. Now, if Carter Cruz understood that, and if there were other factors involved, how can Vicks Vaporium be the proximate cause that led to Carter Cruz's death? The answer is simple. He can. Now, with all of these facts in mind, how exactly has the plaintiff proved by preponderance of the evidence that Vicks Vaporium breached their duty, and it was that breach of duty that led to the proximate cause of Carter's death? The evidence showed today, they have it. Now, we're not asking you to blame the child. We're asking you to look at the series of unfortunate events that led to why we are here in this very courtroom today. So now I'm up here asking, do not rule this case and do not rule this case for Vicks Vaporium not live, because the plaintiff has not met their burden of proof and has not proven by preponderance of the evidence that Vicks Vaporium breached that duty, that breach was the proximate cause of Carter Cruz's death. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barcinas. That means we can turn back, assuming Ms. Ancheta has some time. What is her reserve rebuttal time?
1 minute and 4 seconds.
64 seconds for you.
Members of the jury, the defense is correct. The law does not require that Vicks act perfectly. They require that Vicks Vaporium does not violate the law. On Title VI, the Commonwealth Code section 3110, it states you cannot sell to a child under 21 years old. And we've established this through Jesse's testimony, through the receipt found in Carter's room the day he died from Kennedy's. And we know that there was an e-vape found in his room, that Carter had vaped, and that Vicks Vaporium sold this vape to Carter. They're arguing that Carter assumed the risks, but even when he was educated by an ICU nurse, he didn't understand what was happening. His own best friend mentions and recalls they believed they were just sweet water vapors. And that speaks to them being children. And so, members of the jury, you must remember, we cannot blame the child.
Time's up.
Your Honor, may I briefly conclude?
3 seconds.
Yes, Your Honor. Do not blame the child when Vicks Vaporium is liable for negligence and the death of a child, Carter Cruz. Thank you, members of the jury.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Ancheta. That concludes the presentation of the closing arguments. Can we give everyone a round of applause, please? So to have some orderly fashion, as I mentioned, why don't we take a recess to allow all the jurors to make sure that they have their tabs corrected and filled in, and then once it's tendered to the clerk, have a little bit of bath. Can we take care of this in what, 10 minutes? Which includes bathroom break. So let me excuse the 7 jurors who can proceed to the jury deliberation room. Everyone else, please come back in about 10 minutes. That would be 11:10, and we will give you some feedback while the tabulators work. Thank you. Great job.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Amazing work, huh? They have me worried. Well, that triggers the fear of the drop for that. Okay. We know we
You got a lot to go. Don't worry. You got still so much time.
Wait, got it.
That's for when we got caught at the school. That's the difference. Yeah. I didn't mean just traffic.
My 6-second wonder. 6 I was so fired.
No, that was the best really ever.
Yeah. Was it actually guys, oh yes.
Great response to my 6 seconds.
6 seconds.
You guys' direct finale was so
No, all of your finales are so good.
I just
I'm a little loud, sorry. It doesn't matter. We're not using it anymore.
Oh, we're done.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's your burn it up.
Yeah, it's mine. Oh, that's my
Or you just shove it up anywhere. Just like how you shove it up my ass every night. That was a joke. Reese, why did you put it in my face? Hey, good job, by the way. The cross responses were. Oh, wait. Yeah.
I got scared at first.
No, it was good that you because we had
Yeah, I remember it was.
We talked about it. We talked about it. It was
Six seconds. We're crazy. Oh, sorry.
You know, like the bishop of
I need water.
Can we get the teams back in the courtroom? Can we get the teams back in the courtroom, please? Thank you. Just the teams, the competing teams back in the.
So, yeah, just how do you want us, because there's all.
Right, so this is still, they're still gonna announce so you guys would still have to find a seat. If you guys were downstairs, were you guys downstairs? You would still remain downstairs until, I think we're just taking seats, like from the championship round. It's still gonna remain the same for now. We're still gonna have like a 40-minute break after. Yeah, this is just gonna be for feedback. This is just gonna be for feedback for the championship round. We're way behind schedule. We're way behind schedule.
Yeah, we're way behind schedule. So sorry. This is just a recap of the championship round.
Okay.
Oh, my back. Oh, my back.
Are you okay? Okay, this is two different type of people.
So like up downwards and then
You are old.
back here. Okay. I put it back over there.
You guys want to keep on this? Guys, in MCS, well, we don't need to come back downstairs. We need to get
LAX. Yeah, I already gave it. Okay, can we get Judge?
Let's know anyone else.
Chambers. Let her know we're ready. Or for the competing teams, can we get seated, please? Competing teams, can we please get seated? LAX, we're trying to get the team back into the courtroom.
I wish we could try. Oh, I know, right? So much easier. Is that your phone? Yes. Okay, okay, just making sure that's. Let me like, I'm not hiding.
Team LAX, we're about to get started.
No, knock on wood. Oh, we're like gorillas. Hey, but I kind of wanted to see Josephine's, Josephine's character up there. Sorry. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Josephine Manalo. For the motorcycle.
What did he say?
We built the favorites.
I guess.
Oh, whatever it is.
Well, we did our best.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
I'll be first. Don't use the side. You did a great job. Did a good job. We're gonna do the back.
Should I not time difference be sitting there?
I think it's okay, because it's just council tables.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry.
Oh, yeah, they will be sitting alone.
Like
Yeah.
middle part. You see,
Yeah.
thank you.
I barely did anything.
We're ready.
She's so fun.
Okay, so welcome back, everyone. I was going to say, I know everybody's nervous. I don't know the results, which I'm so happy. This is one thing. This is what I really love about jury trial. I don't make that verdict, the jurors do. So they made their decision, they've cast their ballot, the tabulators are working. So at this time, let me start by asking the individual jurors introduce themselves and then give their comments. I'm going to start with the far end, who happens to be the current Northern Marianas Bar President.
Okay, hi, my name is Gretchen Smith. I work for the Settlement Fund. And yes, I am the current bar president, preceded by Miss Charity Hodson, my mentor now. So thanks, Charity, for all the work you've done for the bar. I'm going to give brief comments because I know you're all very eager to know who wins ultimately. But I thought both openings were very strong. There was a clear command of the law. Stephen, you are a very good attorney. I know all you're thinking about is whether you won right now. You look very nervous, but you were very good. Job well done on the impeachment. But Ellie, you didn't break character, and of all the emotional witnesses, yours was the most natural. And I think that emotions do need to build, otherwise it kind of looks and feels too rehearsed. Carlos, on the opposite end, you did a valiant attempt to impeach, but you backtracked and you did not break. You didn't look like you were nervous or you broke a sweat at all. Mr. Hocog, who played Vic, I thought you were a really fun witness and you did that role very well. And Ainsley, you didn't miss a beat in your closing. It was seamless. So those were some of the highlights, but I think everyone did phenomenal.
My name is Jean Rayfan. I work for NMPOSSE. We represent people with disabilities. I can't add anything. You all were just amazing. I'm just totally amazed with all you do. And I know how much work it was. So good job.
Hi, my name is Heather Barcinas. I work for the Attorney General's office under Criminal Division. I thought everybody did great. I saw a lot of confidence with everyone, and I really noticed that there was a lot of practice. The pronunciations on these medical terms are not so, are not easy, and I can tell that everyone practiced. I agree, Mr. Hocog, your performance was spot on and great. I enjoyed that part. The closing arguments I thought was also very great. And again, great work. I know that the practice really, really paid off. So good job. Yes.
My name is Mark Scoggins, and I'm a private attorney. I've been a private attorney my entire career, which has all been here for the last 20 years. I agree that you guys all did a great job. The witnesses were all terrific. With the attorneys, I was very impressed with your knowledge of the rules of evidence and your use of those in your objections. I do have one constructive criticism, which is, to the extent being in trial is fun, and it's not. But cross-examination can be fun, especially when you know that you're about to get a sort of gotcha moment and catch a witness saying something that helps you. But when you get in that situation, basically everyone here had a tendency to rush that and start talking over the witnesses, and that's not very effective. So, but otherwise, you guys did a great job. Very impressive.
Good morning. My name's Stephen Pixley. I'm a private attorney, and I've coached mock trial teams. I coached the Grace Christian Academy, I think, for 3 years, and I understand the amount of time and effort goes into it, and I think all of you are excellent. I'm also a litigator, so I understand the stress of preparing, even if it's a mock trial. I spent all of last week defending a $4.75 million case in Hawaii. Got back Tuesday. I know what stress is and waking up, and I'm sure you had trouble sleeping last night. I used to be a criminal prosecutor, and always prided myself in being decent at cross-examination. I thought Steve did a really good job on his cross. Mr. Hocog, I had you as my best witness. But all of you were good. It was really difficult. And I just think you all did a great job. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Yunda Tsai. I'm one of 2 law clerks, the junior law clerk to Chief Judge Manglonia here at the district court. I've still a starting up and coming attorney, never actually litigated quite yet. I've just been on the other side of the bench and just watching litigators perform. And I think that if it's not obvious, I think that if you guys intend to become lawyers, those of you who are currently in the attorney roles, and you do wish to join a bar association, pass the bar, become lawyers, make this your profession, I think any bar would be privileged and honored to have you. So I think you guys did an excellent job. My only thing is that one of you guys is going to go to nationals, hopefully, and money notwithstanding. And with that, I think that you'll get a fresh case, so this won't necessarily be as on point. But I think that as you practice and practice and practice and know your case inside and out, like, do remember to take a step back now and then and just ask someone who's not a lawyer, who's not involved in your case, captive audience, your parents maybe, and have them just watch your case and just listen to it as a normal person who has not been drowning in this case for weeks and weeks and weeks. Because there are moments in the presentation where we can say, okay, if I did not know the case, I think this would be a good place to stop. I get your point. Come on, like let the witness talk, or just move on. We get it. Other than that, best of luck.
Hi, everyone. I've had the pleasure of meeting some of you already, but my name is Michelle, and I'm the other law clerk to Chief Judge Manglonia in the district court here. Just to reiterate what everyone's already said, it's been such a joy to watch you all throughout this competition process, and we really want to acknowledge all the hard work that's gone into it. Today was particularly fun for me to watch the rules debate that was happening in the beginning. That was impromptu, and I think just goes to show that all of the preparation that you've put into this mock trial process will translate into real life scenarios, and hopefully into scenarios in the future where you consider practicing law, where you go to law school, and maybe you'll find yourselves in a real trial someday. So good luck. We're all rooting for you, and thank you for all of your hard work.
I guess we still don't have the results, so I'll add my comments still. Again, it's been said, both sides, starting with the attorneys, amazing. Michelle just mentioned it, the legal argument. I was thinking, wow, young high school students arguing statutory construction to me here in mock trial. That's a first, and I've been a judge for 23 years, so that was a first. And thank goodness a little birdie warned me that something would happen, and I think if the attorneys know, if I'm aware or I'm given notice, I will prepare. Did you notice I was able to quickly come back and give you some arguments? Because actually, in reality, we are supposed to have a little bit of due process of notice. But the way you all both handle it, Mr. Chetta, Mr. Castro, Mr. Calvo, you did really well. And then using the time, amazing. I wouldn't cut it down to 6 seconds next time, but you hit it out, Mr. Steve Young. That's impressive. I don't think you should make that a habit, though. But truly, your recitation to the rules and ability to listen. And mind you, all those details, I'm also kind of like in a tennis game, listening and watching, trying to figure out where it is. And I had to plow through the same material you did, and you knew it all better than I. So I was always kind of looking at, where did that go? And so I'm looking and searching for those. And as you noticed, that's why I was able to follow with the declarations to be able to say which paragraph and the like. And I appreciated your ability. Steve, you were able to ask a question. I thought, whoa, that was a great cross, stop it. And then you kept going. But then in the end, you came back to the same one I would have ended in, and you did. So that was a great, I don't think Mr. Dott's can teach you that kind of skill. He did. He did, oh. So that's pretty impressive to be able to identify that you're about to wrap it up and you realize that, wait a minute, I had a good one there and I don't want to leave this witness until I come back. Those are things, these are constructive comments to say that whoever goes to nationals, these are the things that really set you out, because especially for the attorneys, you are all cutting edge right now. And it's just a matter of some of these nuances, tweaking it. So kudos to you. And then the Academy Award winners, the tiers, I think I helped my heart skip a little beat there for a little bit. You know, it's very emotional, and it is. And as one of the jurors, Ms. Jean Raven indicated, this is actually a very serious issue. PSS is very much involved in the mock trial. Well, guess what? They are very much involved in the concern about the issue of e-vaping, AKA vapes, right? So I appreciate the time that you all did, students to prepare, and of course, your attorney coaches and your teacher coaches to make sure that it's all possible. So may the best team that wins continue on. And for those that you don't make it, obviously, not everybody can be at the top, but there are different permutations, different ways. And I hope that all of you, even if you don't make it into the championship, realize you've learned a lot of skills, use it in other ways. And I really hope one of you at least will come back as an attorney, because we would love to see you back, okay? With that, I think, how are we doing with the timings? I know tabulators, I see a nod. Okay, so we're gonna take one more break, and then when we get back, it will be to announce the winners. So thank you, jurors, the last of our 7 jurors to preside, and all the prior ones. I don't see any of the other jurors that were here before, but all of them, as announced previously, were very impressed. And now I see why, because I didn't watch any of you guys until today. So congratulations.
You guys want to take a new photo or anything?
You know where it is, right? Period, queen.
I'm not even done, right?
Literally. I know, but they also compliment something else. Did you know? And this is also how you're so yeah, definitely.
Right now, okay, yeah. Well, so the students are gonna be, all the students are gonna be brought in, then, we're gonna bring in some chairs to line up at the front for the
I don't really know. Well, you can redirect. Also, there's actually a big famous player. We just first year here. Oh yeah, except this. Dave Morgan.
I'm not fit for closing.
I don't know. Not be able to take photos similar to Bell.
I'll be your right hand.
Yes.
Okay. This is my cell phone.
Yeah, these days.
These ones are, they got good zoom. Huh?
These days that coverage too small.
Yeah, yeah. You can even take moon photos without any more adjustments. Yeah.
Some of the court staff, they were
Hi, could I get everybody's attention for a quick minute? We have a couple other teams that are still downstairs that would really like to be up here in the courtroom when things are being announced. If we could squeeze in as tightly as we can so we can give them some space. If we have some parents, we do have an overflow room downstairs. Parents and coaches, if you would be so generous to give your seat to a student from another school, I know they'd really appreciate that. You know, this is a student event. We're really hoping that we could give them this moment as well.
My wife is using iPad. I like to.
No, I did not.
I know.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
I was just saying you're kind of big.
Is that an iPhone?
Yeah.
No. It's an Android? Let me see.
Who makes noise?
Yeah.
Oh. I did not know that.
Look at this one.
They're gonna get yeah, but I think they're gonna get
It's clear. Unless you're really trying to shoot a girl. It's cool.
You guys can open.
I still cannot pronounce it. What would your objections?
Well, I expect everything.
Yeah, you're for real. Speculation. Yeah, right? Especially with the expectation. That was so weird. Like, she's speculating. Also, can I sit? What is it?
I think it's because she wanted to see me do it on cross-examination.
Yeah. No, I
Put in your rebuttal.
so good. I loved your
You literally stole David's slide. This is right.
Oh, did I? I didn't know.
That happened last year too. That happened last year.
Oh, he did it last
David
year?
did it last year.
What?
Prosecution.
Something. Oh my god, like
I bet you David was like.
no, David told me, I was like, what is she saying? And then she's like, Yes,
Send me a race for board. Oh, that's so sad.
Wait, where are we?
For so long, I don't think it's gonna come out. Okay,
Wait,
so
guys, win or lose, are we going out?
I'm tired. I'm tired. But I want to take photos in our suits at the with Photoshop. Or not. We all stuff into Trisha and David's board. Yeah, we all will. Yeah, we can do that.
Anyways,
I don't know. I'm gonna use all my points.
This weekend.
Second, Stephen.
can I get confirmation that we have all 7 schools or representatives from all the 7 schools in here? We've got LAX, Denver, Albuquerque, Narita, Boston, and I'm missing one. Who's the last one? Sorry. We got you. Okay.
Trying to adjust.
For sure.
Are you with? Let me check.
Yeah. I'm not really at this time. I have
The one thing I didn't think very much
I hate you.
to do was
in the morning.
Public chair.
We're no rush.
I didn't even bother to look at the clock.
6 seconds.
You're on camera.
Oh, this is so funny. You see hitting him? My goodness. Yeah.
And just to give everybody a timeline, the tabulators are busy at work now. It may take them a little bit longer. So if you feel the urge that you need to go walk off some nerves, use the restroom or whatnot, you do. So you know where the restrooms are located. So continue on.
Okay. High school. And then you're hired by the
Once things start happening.
You're great.
Angelica,
Some won't even think about it.
I put it off.
But when you were in high school, you were. Oh,
For all 4 years.
Oh, sorry, I'm so sorry. Forgot.
But you're under which program? Who's that? Who's that director? Do you also communicate with the uni? So you send always.
RJ does.
Yeah.
I think I have too much water on my desk. I got this outside. This is mine. And this used to be mine. Okay.
Of course, in any kind of job, it's always hard at first time. Once you get used to it, you just have to keep doing it every day. Just basically what day, right? So my job is check the winners, ask them for just repeat it, and then the next day you whatever they say.
Yeah, that's still good.
Basically, the winner is. It's like a newsletter. Yeah, once you know it, like oh, this is what it is. You need to take photos of the winner.
Oh yeah. Wait, do we have to knock for that?
I'm gonna keep knocking forever.
Yeah.
what went wrong?
What went wrong?
What's that?
I think we took a little bit of a long time on a lot of our process. But objections also were kind of. Oh, no, I misheard it. I was like, huh? What's your victory pose? Oh, wait.
What did you get it from? And this was last year?
Last school year,
And
and then you post this. Right, they're live. I'm watching us.
you know Isabel?
Hello?
Manalo?
No, that's not live. I think that's live. No, look, wait,
I think it's like 5 seconds to the no,
that's the thing. Oh, it is delayed.
Do you like my dog?
I can hear you. Yeah, I'm used to it. I know. Yeah. I knuckle. I did it 3 times. I don't know who did it. Who does he think he is? No, what king? Oh my god, you know who you know who I'm talking about.
Sebastian. You know Sebastian Manalo?
Who you yeah, trying to work with job. Why is it
What are you getting at? Like, I know it's it was like just a lot of.
Oh yeah. So like the same but it's very hard. Sure, everyone wanted to comment.
No,
Like to make the rainbow to literally.
Foundation.
Yeah, they're informing all the children on like
One thing they need to learn is how to write short, what's happening, and it takes practice. First, you can
my mom said the mic is on and our voice is so loud.
So before,
Oh, no, can I?
but now I can just do it, you know, after the jury trial, I can just, type it on my phone and send this code. It's hard, jury trial.
Bill Bezel.
Bill?
Your name is Mr. Six.
Thank you. What? This report. Wait, now there's president.
Sure.
Please do this to be 7 seconds. How about we do more than that next year, actually? How did you always get 6?
I don't know.
That was actually so easy.
No.
Like another 6.
Not us. We're not even there.
No, I think it's 6 seconds.
Oh, yeah, no, it's pretty great.
Yeah.
But then I went on. What was actual? Wait, what?
More than 3 seconds.
Oh, yeah.
The rule of thumb when you're a reporter, you don't get yourself photographed, right?
What is more than 8 times?
Yeah.
Hey.
So you will train me about that.
Oh my god. Always does that.
Yeah.
It's just my stomach. My head's fine.
That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying it's
And what about what's that one about what's one about the state? Like we won't be voting your name on that board today, but. I like that you think our
Yeah, that was my piece. No, you're all right. No, I said it. I don't think. Cool.
Oh.
You know what's You know what? That's another thing. They looked at me, I was like, you know what? I did not do it. Yeah. I know.
You're watching it? One moment. Wait, I'm not. This round is for.
Good morning all. Can I have your attention really briefly? I've just been told by mock trial coordinator Heather Kennedy that we will have results for you at noon. Okay, so find something to entertain yourselves with until then. See you then.
So 10 minutes? Oh.
I thought.
Oh, you're I'm embarrassed everyone.
I'll have funny notifications from the DA.
I think that unique
No, don't let your kids have it.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
If you want to bring the.
Go first.
It'll automatically go brightness. So hold it for a little bit.
Was he watching the whole one? Whatever. Can I stand on? I put a sign as a photographer. From happy RHIJSHS.
But I can't do that. So that's
Don't kill a message.
Rise up already.
The supplier this morning when I heard that go to mailbox, I'm just no, so future coach now is one of the students. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, I have in my script, good morning, but we're just minutes into the afternoon. So thank you all for your patience. Our tabulators have been diligently working and we're ready to proceed with our awards ceremony. So welcome to everyone. I'd first like to welcome everybody in this room, but in addition, we are streaming to our jury assembly room downstairs, as well as on our YouTube channel. So I send a welcome to all of us who are watching us remotely. We also welcome our distinguished guests for today. We have joining us Chief Justice Alexandro Castro. We have Associate Justice John A. Manglonia from the Supreme Court. We also thank Senator Donald Manglonia for joining us this morning. So before we announce the awards, we have to acknowledge the significant contributions of our volunteers and our supporters. This may not be the most exciting part of our ceremony, but it absolutely matters. First, we'd like to thank the NMI judiciary. They generously provided materials and advice to us as first-year hosts. Many questions were asked along the way, and we appreciate both Judy Aldan and Justice Manglonia for their guidance through this process. Also thank Martha Standish of the NMI Judiciary, who worked late into the night yesterday with Michelle Macaranis and Jonathan Leewag, our tabulators over there. She provided much needed advice and best practices on mock trial scorekeeping. Thank you, Martha. The NMI Judiciary also sent more than 10 law clerks and staff attorneys to act as scoring judges, along with Associate Judge Lillian Tenorio, who presided over one of the rounds yesterday. And last but not least, you all have this lovely memento, courtesy of the NMI Judiciary. They produced this beautiful program, Tracy Limis, Maddie Glass, and Nora Borja. And we appreciate Director Sonia Camacho's assistance and coordination in getting all of these volunteers to us. We also thank our partner in this competition, the NMI Bar Association. They're co-hosting this event. As mentioned by Chief Judge Manglonia in her opening remarks, and as you can see in the program, nearly 50 law clerks, attorneys, and judges helped with this competition. I'm going to give a special acknowledgement to Bruce Berline, who stepped in at the last minute, and he was not recognized in our program. So thank you to Bruce as well. So the NMI Bar Association also solicited support from outside of our legal community. Charity Hodson, the former bar president, treasurer Becky Wiggins, and volunteer Charlotte Swenson led these efforts, and we look forward to working next year with the new president, Jen Smith, who was a juror in the final. So the support from outside the legal community came from Star Marianas Air, McDonald's, Triple J Saipan, Saipan World Resorts. They all donated prizes for the winning students, and Star Marianas donated several round trip tickets so that we could have our Tinian and our Rhoda coaches here with us. You all were able to sit down on those lovely tables and chairs, courtesy of the tablecloths from Crown Resort, and also the CNMI Veteran Affairs gave us all of those chairs, so we're grateful to them. Marianas Management Corporation cleaning staff worked furiously throughout the day yesterday, so we are appreciative of their efforts as well. Andrew Ashburn of A+ Consulting, you might have seen him yesterday helping coordinate and deliver all those lunches. We didn't even have him on our list. He stepped in where he saw the need yesterday, so we're grateful to him. In addition to the PSS lunches, which were quite tasty as acknowledged by many, we also had Representatives Angelo Camacho, John Paul P. Sablon, who sponsored our lunches and most of the refreshments provided during this competition. And we also recognize the public school system for funding the travel for our Tinian and Rhoda competitors to this regional competition. And as announced yesterday morning that some of you might have missed, PSS will be funding the championship team to go to nationals in Des Moines, Iowa. So, we recognize the volunteers, we recognize many of the supporters, but we also need to recognize you all, the teams. So I'm going to ask, when I call your school name, if the coaches and the students would please stand. First, we have Dr. Rita Hocog, Inos Junior and Senior High School team. Please stand. Have a seat. Next, we have Cadman High School team and their coaches. Please stand. Marianas High School and their team. Please stand. Mount Carmel High School and their team, please stand. Saipan International School and their team, please stand. Please have a seat. Saipan Southern High School, where are you? And finally, Tinian High School, please stand. Have a seat. So at this time, I'd like all of the teacher coaches and the attorney coaches to please stand. They're hiding in the back. So these coaches spend countless hours and work months preparing the students for this event. We wanted to make sure you were specifically recognized. I'd also like to thank Chief Judge Ramona Manglona and the entire district court team. You've seen them helping us throughout this competition. They're identified by name in your programs. We also thank Greg Areola and Flo Inos of our pretrial and probation office, and volunteer photographer Bill Bezant, who recently retired but came back just to help us out today. And finally, and most especially, I would like to thank Justin Poon, who stepped up and seamlessly organized this event, and it is his birthday today. So Chief Judge Mangonia, with thanks to you for agreeing to take on this program, I invite you to the podium for your remarks.
Thank you, Magistrate Judge Kennedy. I'm going to keep it short. It was definitely a pleasure to be the host for this year's competition. I was having a brief conversation with Chief Justice Alex Castro in Chambers while we're waiting for the results, and the idea that this event to happen here at a federal district court is a first in this courthouse. As I mentioned in the introduction, we came and assisted the CNMI judiciary when they were displaced at the Guma Justicia. That was about 7 years ago, pre-pandemic. And so that was a taste of our opportunity to assist. And we have collaborated in many other ways. And the Chief Justice has pointed out, when it comes to the students, both he as the Chief Justice of the CNMI judiciary and I as a Chief Judge here, we will work hard. We will try to provide and make things happen. And as you heard about all the volunteers, when we have the support from the legislative branch, the executive branch, the local government, and the private sector, it really does mean a lot to bring talented students, because someone also made the comment from one of the judges, as I recall, it's like, you can tell that these students here are the cream of the crop of their schools. And so to have them come together in this room and show their talent, it's really quite impressive. It's also rewarding. I made a comment recently that if we can give the students this opportunity, I think we can see a whole lot more leadership and great things coming from this program. So I thank everyone for, again, giving us this opportunity to make this happen. I always wanted to try this out. From this mock trial program, are any of the adults here in this courtroom actually a product of mock trial? If so, can you please stand up? Mock trial, please stand up. Ooh, look at that. Wow. And so that is the reason why I think we all help each other pay for. So thank you again for each and every one of you. And let's get to the best part of the program next.
But first, I want to share just a quick highlight with some of our guests who have not heard some of the comments that were shared by some of our judges. That's the best round I've ever judged in the last 10 years. The students' composure, their mastery of the facts, and their detailed knowledges of the rules impressed the judges throughout this competition. So now time for the awards. First, I'll give a brief explanation, and then we will come up and take care of the awards. Mock trial provides students with the opportunity to receive both individual and team awards for their performance during the initial rounds of the competition. The individual awards are based on ballots from preliminary rounds. The awards are divided by side, so plaintiff or defense, and by role, by witness or attorney. Witnesses play characters questioned by the attorneys, and mock trial attorneys act like real-world attorneys by providing opening and closing statements, questioning witnesses, and objecting and responding to those objections, which, as some of our commentators have noted, it calls for a detailed understanding of the rules of evidence. In addition to the trophies for the individual awards, our individual award winners will receive a World Resort Water Park pass. Wow. Yeah, for that excitement. All right, so I'm going to ask that Justin take it from here. When he calls your name, please come up to receive your award, and we will take a brief picture with you as well.
We will start with the Best Witness Awards. Best Plaintiff's Witness. The best plaintiff witness is the top scoring witness on the plaintiff side. This year we have a tie.
Oh.
that 2 prizes?
Jesselyn from Cagman High School. And also Jessiana Tenoro from Mount Carmel School. Moving on to Best Defense Witness. The Best Defense Witness earned the highest score of all defense witnesses. This award goes to Mercy Ann Christian from Pittman. Now it's the Best Plaintiff's Attorney. The Best Plaintiff Attorney is the student who best presented their case to the jury. They show exceptional skills, preparation, and a mastery of law. This year, the Best Plaintiff Attorney Award goes to Chi Han Wang from Saffron International School. Last but not least, for the individual awards, Best Defense Attorney. The Best Defense Attorney is our final individual award today. This goes to the student who has judged by the jury to present the most outstanding performance among the defending teams yesterday. This award goes to Carlos Calvo from Dr. Rita Hocog Senior High School. Congratulations to all our individual awardees. We will now transition to our team awards. We ask that the whole team to come up along with their coaches, administrators, and parents to accept the award and quickly assemble for a photo. First, we're starting off with the Professionalism Award. This trophy honors the team that best exemplified respect, courtesy, and integrity throughout the competition. As decided by their fellow competitors, this award goes to the team who has not only excelled in a courtroom, but also demonstrated sportsmanship and camaraderie outside of it. The team members receiving this award will also receive coupons from McDonald's. This year, the Professionalism Award goes to Saipan Southern High School. Now for the top teams. The third place teams for this year is Team Denver Mount Carmel School.
Someone in the middle. No, wait, don't say in the middle. In the middle. Yeah. Straight up. And don't, please don't lie. Yeah. Oh, what else? Oh, sorry.
Oh,
Sorry.
Our final two awards today will go to the top two teams. The team members will receive medals, trophies, and gift certificates from Great Harvest and McDonald's.
Wow.
The winning team school will earn the championship perpetual gavel during this competition and will represent the Commonwealth at the National High School Mock Trial Tournament in Iowa in May. To our audience, a gentle reminder to allow the second place team to have their moment and accept this trophy before celebrating the first place team. This team has worked incredibly hard over the last several months to make it to the finals. Our second place teams for this year is Team LAX, Dr. Rita, Hocog, Inos, Junior and Senior High School.
Yeah. Can you sleep now? We'll take things. Ready? Right here first. 1, 2, 3.
Viva Rhoda!
No.
One more.
No sé, babes.
The 2026 mock trial champions are Marianas High School.
Congratulations.
Fancy principal. There she is.
Yeah. Right here first. 1, 2, 3. One more. Thank you.
And can I get 2 more? 1, 2, 3. 1 more. Thank you.
We would also like to note that Marianas High School since 2019, they have been representing the Commonwealth at the national level.
Or not.
Thank you all for making this year's mock trial competition a success. Safe travels to our teams from Tinian and Rhoda. And we hope to see you again all next year. Thank you.
If you all would like to take photos with your team, bench in the back, welcome to do it. Try to do it in this organized. Do you all want to do it? Let's do this. Everyone, you guys want photos? All right, so I'm gonna call your school, and then your school will come up here.
Yeah.
Senior high school. Come on up, get your group picture, shake hands.
Yes, we won't be here next year.
Okay.
Oh, a lot. Yeah.
There's 3.
3. And then Edward. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.